the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Novolo into the blue. Great for them. Sevi now in the dust. Will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal with.
Hey! Oh yeah, I recognize you. You were here on the Super Weekend watching all the PUBG Mobile action kicking off and seeing the teams go head-to-head, our top 16 teams, to see who would take home the most amount of points. And we did obviously find out GameLord was the one to do so, taking him, if I'm not mistaken, is that 4, 5 chicken dinners? That's a lot of money in their pockets, but you know what? Yet again, they have to re-qualify, just like all the other teams, and the teams who didn't qualify in the very first Super Weekend have a second chance at glory. Make sure as well to get involved with the show here via social media. You can see down below my face, though it is very distracting. It is very pretty, I understand. But you guys can obviously tweet to us on Instagram, and we love to hear you guys' thoughts on the show. Just like I like to talk to and hear from my two analysts. We got Maxman and Kalaris join me once again on the show. Max has a new friend. Kalaris is looking scruffy and good and ready to go. But Max, what did you do with your day off, man?
I got this magnificent can of Monster. I've got it. It was hidden, okay?
Already?
But I got it. It's ready. I'm gonna be pumped for this show today, Jason. I'm feeling good. How are you?
Well, when we get to talk about Monster, I expect you to chug the entire thing while I'm talking about it.
Yes.
I will talk as long as I possibly can. It takes for you to finish that drink. But Kalaris, what about you, man? We've had a day off. We've had some exciting games. We have another week of exciting games coming up. How'd you spend your time?
Organizing things, as always, because that's all I ever do when you know, I'm actually off broadcast. I just organize things. But yeah, happy to be back once again here. Looking forward to seeing if GameLord continue on their absolute tirade. And as always, happy to be with the Michael Schumacher of PUBG Mobile, Maxman.
Why?
It's German, isn't he? Guys,
I'm not really UFC.
I am confusion right now.
If you did anime, I think both of us would have gotten it.
Yeah.
From you guys at
Probably.
home who missed out on the first week, though, let's describe the format. Let's explain it to you once again, because you know what? You missed out. We want you to feel included in the show. So there is a league play, which is over the course of 2 days of action, and then there's a super weekend that happens over 3 days. In league play, we got all 20 teams participating in each of their groups. We have 5 groups in total, and they'll play out 8 matches over the course of the 2 days. At the end of those 2 days, the top 16 teams in points will move through into our super weekend, and these were the points will stick around. Every point you get in super weekend will last with you the entire event, and at the end of our 3 super weekends, we'll have our top 16 teams make it into the finals. We'll be playing for a lot of money, for glory, for the title and the trophy, but not to mention the EU regional championships happening later on in this year. I think actually not too far away. And how do they do so? Well, it's based off points. It's based off of chicken dinners, and it's based off elimination. Still 1 point of elimination equals 1 point in the event, and 15 points for a chicken dinner, and you can see how it breaks down beyond that. And we've seen some teams, to be fair, Maxman, really push the envelope when it comes to elimination points just last week.
I mean, I was going to say, when it comes to chicken dinners, one knows the rules set is going to be GameLord, but also GameLord in terms of eliminations, right? They got himself, what was that, 95 eliminations purely in that first Super Weekend, which is an insane number to even think about. So, yeah, some teams right now have been able to really stand out thanks to the rule set, and you've got some teams that hopefully can qualify through eliminations alone. We saw that happen last week, so hopefully this week also.
Well, you know what's more awesome than GameLord getting all those eliminations? Kalaris, what was it? It was XTEAM, right? What did they do?
Yeah, they were able to put up the big bucks, I think it's fair to say, when they got themselves 24 eliminations in one game. And that one game resulted in a nice cheeky prize pool for them as well.
Yeah, very cheeky prize pool. You can see here at the very bottom left, this is for me one of the biggest things about this event, right? Every chicken dinner you get in Super Weekend, it's $1,000 straight to your pocket, straight to your wallet, straight to your bank account that you can use for yourself. Not to mention, you also get prize money for participating in the event. You can see $2,500, but then when we get into the finals, there's even more prize money to be won. Imagine you're GameLord. You come out of all 3 super weekends. You're sitting on about 20 chicken dinners, which, to be fair, is very likely considering how they've been playing. It's likely, at least. They could be sitting at like $30,000 throughout the entire event. That's a lot of money for these teams. And honestly, every super weekend, considering we don't know how necessarily PMGC will work out this year, every point you get in super weekend is even more impactful.
I mean, look, looking back to last season, Jason, I really was doubtful when you said, no, one team might get 10 chicken dinners, and you said it very early. After this first week, I'm hopeful that Game Lord might be able to actually make it happen. 10 chicken dinners, I'm following the hype train. I think is going to happen this time.
Yeah, I honestly, if they do it though, I feel like they really put their foot down, and I think it's a big change of pace though from last year, Kalaris, if we do have them do that, just because last year it felt like every team was so damn close to each other, like in terms of skill. But now it feels like since 2021 and into 2022, we've seen some teams really continue to push that envelope and get even better.
Yeah, Game Lord didn't rest on their laurels, given that they already had the championship. As you said, they got 5 chicken dinners. They could have had even more if you really look back at what they were able to do in that league play as well. 3 third places, one of them with 10 eliminations as well during all of that. Game Lord knows where they need to put themselves in terms of the positions, moving through some of these circles, and even if they're on edge, they're still able to absolutely blast there too. So I think all of these teams got to be scared.
Yeah, and that's also with them, once again, adapting their playstyle and going for an edge playstyle. After just 1 week of play, they made it work so well already in this PMPL. It's super impressive. So it's going to get even better as time goes on, I think.
Well, it's going to be a tough week, though, for every team out there. Let's take a look at our schedule. And every time we go into league play, we have 2 maps only. Well, actually, no, we're not going into that kind of schedule. We're going to a different schedule. We're going to the calendar, actually, so you guys can see at home. I jumped the gun a little bit here on what's all happening. We do have the league finals, you can see, kicking off on the 15th, 16th, and 17th of April. So you guys make sure to take a screenshot, print screen, whatever app you use on your desktop or your mobile device, to make sure to be here for every single show. But then maybe to move on to actually a team section, right? Like, who's even playing? If you weren't here last week, you might have missed out on all the teams who are participating. Maybe you only watched the Super Weekend and you didn't really know the other 4 teams who didn't qualify. But right off in the groups, you can see here Game Lord in Group A with super young roster who performed really well in league play last week. Swat 69, Vamos Esports, and Vamos, of course, one of those teams who did not make it into the first Super Weekend. Which, if I'm not mistaken, Max, didn't Kalaris say that's one of his strong teams?
Oh yeah, he was dissing me actually, Kalaris, because I said eventually level threat rescue, but you said it was you never knew Vamos could try and get some good results, but of course.
Wait a minute, I said that from season to season, some of these players have gotten better and better. Now, yeah, they haven't had exactly the strongest start here, but I didn't all of a sudden say they're one of my sleeper teams to come and destroy everybody. I'm defending myself here, all right?
I'll take anything I can.
But Max, what'd you say about rescue, Kalaris? Didn't Max say something about rescue after day 1 of last week?
Yeah, that was terrible. I don't know why he was talking about. No.
Can't. Hey, I'm looking at my can right now. What? I don't know.
It's not time for that yet, Max. Don't worry, we're almost there. It's an Avenger level threat drink right there. But let's actually talk about something you guys at home can get really involved with, right? It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile, and there's a lot of prizes for you guys to win at home. There's an augmented reality treasure hunt happening right now, and you guys can celebrate the 4th anniversary by going to PUBGM4thdimension.com. Now it's the number 4, so PUBGM number 4 THdimension.com. Just gotta make sure, in case you out there are typing 4 out in the entire word. And there's also 100,000 euros in prizes to win, and not to mention some limited edition iPhone 13s. Now, if that's not enough, watch this video, see what else you can win, and we'll see you guys few just to kick off the first game. All right, let's dive straight into the nitty-gritty here, guys. We do have very limited time until we're going to be heading into our first match of the day. We need to start talking about some of these teams. Now, obviously, the big story for the Super Weekend is the fact Game Lord dominated. But we have to keep in mind, right? 4 teams who didn't qualify, well, they got to watch all the matches, see how teams play. They got to work on themselves and improve. They got to rest, and that's where I think our main focus should now kind of be towards. For Romanian Boys, one of the teams who did not qualify in the first Super Weekend, against the lowest placing team from our Super Weekend, and comparing the stats between the two. Now, we understand there's a little bit more games played for Shockwave. However, the numbers don't lie here, Max, man. Actually, you know what? Kalaris, the numbers don't lie. I don't trust Max when it comes to numbers.
Because it's numbers.
That's fair.
Exactly. But cool. For Romanian Boys, like on average, have been playing better than Shockwave.
Yeah, now, of course, Shockwave, they really did have a bit of a rough super weekend, right? And for Romanian Boys, we understand that from previous seasons, yeah, there's been slight roster changes and things like that, but we know that they're capable. Maybe it just didn't quite go their way in league play. I'm pretty hopeful, I think, for Romanian Boys coming into today. I think, as you said, stepping away whilst those super week games are going on and being able to kind of see how these other teams are going to be playing things out against one another. I think we're going to see a step up here from them.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I don't know if I should talk it because it's numbers, and I clearly cannot do that, apparently. But yeah, overall, for Romanian Boys, a team that came into this tournament, and I thought we could see them at least, qualify in the top 16. I think that making into the league finals is definitely a possibility for them, compared to Shockwave, that has drastically fell off from what we saw in the league play back into Super Weekend 1. So Shockwave, they're going to need to put themselves back into a good position, because if they don't make it into the next Super Weekend, they will be the first team to fall. So there's no room for mistakes for Shockwave, because there's a lot of top teams here that might be able to try and take your position away.
Well, one thing I do want you to bring up actually here, Kalaris, is that we do have the rotating lobbies now again, right? When it's a super weekend, I know you've always been a big proponent of saying, like, this is where things become a little bit more difficult, or technically a little bit more easier, depending on which side of the scope you look at. For some teams, it's hard having these rotating teams, change and drop locations constantly happening.
And it gets even more chaotic when you think about what we're going into this week, right, Jason? Not only with the rotating lobbies, but also with the fact that Sanhok is going to be a big factor here as a whole. I mean, you're looking at how some of the teams have fared there. I think it's fair to say that some do all right, but yeah, it becomes a meat grinder.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned Sanhok. Actually, let's take a look at, over the course of Super Weekend, our 5 best performing teams on this map. Now, it wasn't played in league play, so you're not going to see the likes of Romanian Boys to be there, but this gives us a little bit of an indicator about how teams kind of play on this map, but also how well teams have been playing on this map, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at Unicorns of Love, of course, you've got to keep in mind also this is the team that got 2 out of the 3 chicken dinners on Sanhok, which is why those stats are looking really good. But you can compare somewhat here, Kalash, right? 2 playstyles. For Unicorns of Love, is the central aggressive playstyle that rewards them with high damage, high eliminations, compared to, for example, here, a TJB on the right side with still a decent amount of damage done, but in terms of actual eliminations, very low, because they commit so early to the heal off. And I still think they should just keep it as a plan B. Sometimes they go to it just a little bit too early.
Yeah, maybe. And when you compare Unicorns of Love with how big they have done here as well, not only does this take into account, as you say, that Unicorns of Love won 2 out of the 3 Sanhoks, Big, on the other hand, especially on that last Sanhok, they had an extremely rough circle to try and approach, yet their numbers are still absolutely flying here when it comes to Sanhok. So I think if you're moving onto this battleground, if you're going up against some of these big boys here at the very, very top, I think you need to stay out of their way. They understand the terrain, they understand how you take fights on Sanhok, and they understand how to get victories. So don't be going near Unicorns of Love and Big, especially, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree. And actually, let me follow up on that really quickly. Big felt really good in day 1, but I didn't crunch the numbers. This is just off the feeling. I felt like they fell off a little bit in day 2 and day 3. We didn't see them kind of maintain that level of consistency. Would you agree?
I would say it's more like a cruising form that they had. It's more like they were cruising throughout the tournament. They still had some really good results, but as a whole, I think Imperium brought up a stat at some point in the tournament, which was they had the closest amount of points every single day, which was day 1, day 2, day 3 were relatively close, but we didn't have those big pop-off days like a Game Lord, like an Eastern Stars, for example, where we get like 2 chicken dinners in a day. We didn't quite see that from them, but as a whole, it's enough for them to, first of all, make in the top 16, which as of right now is the most important factor. But I think that if they do step up their gameplay, because they are a team just trying to learn as much as possible from these super weekends, from these league stages, I think they could be one of the most prepared teams going into the league finals to try and go for that top position to make it to the championship. I think that's what Big is currently aiming for here.
Okay, Klaris, thank you for your answer there. Max, I'm sorry we have to skip your response to this one. Let's look at Romanian Boys, though. Let's talk about, as you know, Big, we have so many big heavy hitters, right? We have Mihi, we have Beast, we have Swave. Well, here we're kind of looking at some teams and seeing how things developed in their own rosters. For Romanian Boys, Kemi, the biggest player on the team, but what scares me here, Klaris, is the drop-off from him compared to everyone else on the roster.
Yeah, there's going to need to be some ironing out, I think is fair to say. Again, you know, these guys, hopefully they've been able to step back and kind of reevaluate how things went in that first week. And I think they are going to be challenging for advancement in this one. I mean, if you look at how they're all obviously able to approach things, if Poco and Tudor are able to kind of move on up a little bit in terms of their average eliminations, I think what's been happening for Romanian Boys is that fights have been ending very swiftly. Like we also saw the healing whilst we were looking at these numbers as well from someone like Kemi, right? And it was like an average healing of 83. That means either they're just getting caught out of position, or they're being very gun-ho, taking fights in the middle of nowhere and then not having any cover to be able to retreat to. So before Romanian Boys, yeah, I think we'll see a move up.
Okay, well, Max, why don't you take over talking about Real Tigers 9 UK, because we saw something similar, and actually the player I believe who was staying out for their team was the same player you interviewed for Media Day.
Yeah, the chance to actually talk with Mango, and they were really hyped coming to this tournament, right? They're a team that does have quite a decent amount of experience for the past few months now preparing for this event, which is great to see. But when you're looking at the team, I'm not think that's me here actually in the top stats, but it's pretty close. No, we'll keep around these numbers right now. But Mango has been for sure the standout player for the team when it comes to the entirety of Super Weekend 1, and unfortunately not seeing enough of the rest of the team. Nazgod has had some really good nade plays in particular, but it's not enough team-wide successes. So we hope to see that eventually coming out from Real Tigers 9 UK. I mean, when it comes to the league play, they did qualify in 6th, so it does seem like pretty easy for them to make it to the Super Weekend itself. But in the Super Weekend, that's where I see them struggle a little bit more. So I want to see more team-wide success for the team to hopefully push themselves a little bit higher up in the rankings.
You know, so what's interesting, right, is the stats we looked at before the show started was actually about the Super Weekend where Mango was leading the charge. But this is from league play, actually, where we're seeing Michu actually be pretty damn strong for the team, but so is Nazgod as well. So it's actually kind of funny to see that Mango was only really the one to step up massively for his team in the Super Weekend. Yeah, maybe just maybe the flow didn't feel right for them in the Super Weekend or whatever and things like that, because realistically compared to league play, their results were not, peak performance, I think, for them. Also, just as an aside, gentlemen, I'm slightly confused. Real Tigers 9 UK logo, there is 4 lions on it. Why are they tigers? Those are lions, right? On that logo. Yeah, those are lions.
Yeah, actually. Why are there not 9 of them? I don't know.
What's going
Too
on?
many questions.
Real
Asking
Tigers
the real
9 UK
questions.
with 4 lions.
And I don't see, well, what makes those lions or tigers from the UK? There's no proof.
Lions are a symbol of the UK. So why are they called? Never mind. You know what? Never mind.
You know what? Let's just move on. Well, maybe we'll ask them in the next video day. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. Now, we've been obviously alluding to this throughout the entire day, the fact that Sanhok is being played, but it's being joined by Erangel. So we're gonna have 2 Sanhoks today, 3 Sanhoks tomorrow, 3 Erangels today, and 2 Erangels tomorrow. So for teams like, Unicorns Love, maybe we bash on them a little bit, or sorry, not Unicorns Love, TJB, maybe we bash on them a little bit in terms of them consistently going for heal-offs. But you know what? If healing like that gets me into the Super Weekend where I can start to build up points here, especially if I'm one of those teams who did not qualify in the first Super Weekend, I'm going to take it. And with the first match, we're going to see Group E sitting out. So we're not going to have 4 Romanian Boys, no Eastern Stars, no Penta, and no Team Doom.
Jason, all bets are off the table, I think, for this league play. It is going to be wild with this amount of Sanhok, and both of us actually wanted to talk about Group E sitting out for this first one here. There is a real opportunity not only for these teams to be, I've already taken away stuff that happened in the Super Weekend, but also take away what's happening now on this day. What is going on in this first game here to be able to try and adjust yourself, move on, and try and get to that Super Weekend.
And actually their first match is going to be on Sanhok too, so it's going to be even more crazy of a start for them coming into this. And especially you're going to be looking at Penta for Group E. They need to be very careful, currently standing in 14th position. If they do not make it this time around, I think there's a very big chance to drop out of top 16, so they need to have some good Sanhok games here.
Okay, Max, it's your time. Bust out the can, because we're going to be talking about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Now, Max, open it up. Start chugging that bad boy. I can't see you on camera anymore, but I'm assuming you're doing it, because if you're not, you're going to be off the show. You're going to be out of here, and we're going to replace you with someone else. Someone less... Oh, he actually...
He's doing it. He's doing it.
I don't... Is it
that
open?
Wasn't a choke. What
is
was
it open?
That?
It's open. It's open. I had to give proof. Okay, I'm going. Oh.
All right, well, let's head over to our commentators while Max finishes this drink. It might take until the end of the match, but we'll see. Head on over to the cast. Let's take off match number 1.
He is so caffeined up now. I feel sorry for that guy. He is going to be zinging for the rest of the day, but at least he'll be focused on the desk, and maybe that Monster Energy drink will give him a little bit of that energy that he needs to crack down on those numbers. Because, Max, I think that even as, you know, the boy band group of Max's White Knights, you might need to work on those numbers just a little bit. That's coming from a place of low. Imperium headed into our first game of the day here on Erangel, and we're in league play, so all the teams back in on it.
Yeah, so there's that definitely element of reset and a fresh start for all of these teams, whether you had a strong super weekend or whether you had a poor super weekend. I'm leaning more on looking at the teams that had a poor super weekend and kind of comparing them to how they're going to perform against the teams that didn't make it into the first super weekend. So obviously Shockwave, RESQ, PENTA, Real Tigers 9, they played in the first super weekend, and honestly they struggled in a lot of ways. Fight Threats, Vamos, Doom, and 4 Romanian Boys. The desk were talking about 4 Romanian Boys a little bit more heavily because of how close they got to the first super weekend, but the last day and all 4 of those teams didn't make it in, so this is their second shot at glory.
Well, it is getting our plane path right from the south side up towards the north, towards Zaki. This is an okay plane path. I mean, most teams would prefer to head out towards the east, probably sooner rather than later. We do have a very easterly lobby at the moment, tending to move north and west more than the other side. So this is maybe not the best plane path for a couple of these teams. This is where those secondary drop spots will have to be incorporated. On the other hand, Shockwave will be very happy with this one, getting to Zaki almost immediately. Big as well can head up towards Severny almost immediately as well. But that means that with both those teams dropping out early, Big has held out Shockwave before Imperium. Now, with them seeing the shoots, do you think this is going to happen again?
It could definitely come out to play. It's something that Shockwave should be very much aware of. One pathline that Shockwave could pull out, and there's also a lot of risks to it, but I think if they do it early, hasn't really proven to happen in the past, is they could actually take that bridge on the west side of George Pole, right? That bridge that goes directly from North George to South George. Again, the risks are there with both Five Threats and RESQ, but because it's a lesser known path, it could be successful in terms of Five Threats and RESQ not looking in that direction, right?
Yeah, they could also head down to Box Compound Scout there. I think it all relies on where Big's going to head up, because Mickey already scouting out, usually do head down towards Box, and they could catch Shockwave off guard if they don't take that western rotation. But like you said, they are taking risks by doing that, perhaps moving in towards Rescue's position, or even Five Threats on that side. Now, I will say that I do agree with the desk massively in the sense that for Romanian Boys, probably the team we should be looking out for. By all rights, they should have made it into the Super Weekend if it was not for that final game from Eastern Stars that bumped them up by 1 point, shutting them out, which is probably very frustrating. And then again, you didn't have the best performance, so 4 Romanian Boys can't be too unhappy, not about making it to last Super Weekend. However, this is now the time to put up those points. Looking at last Super Weekend, though, we actually had a fairly even spread of points, right? It wasn't too ridiculous in terms of, you know, the actual scoring. I think it was 113, 116 points, Super Young roster at the top, and it was a very even split going downwards. I think where you start to have that muddle up was down towards 15th, 16th place, but I'd probably quite confidently say that 45, 46 points is like that confirmation barrier of getting into the Super Weekend. That looks like a good position to be in from what we've seen previously from this tournament and these group of players. So that's what 4 Romanian Boys should be aiming for here. And I don't think it's too difficult. They just need to mesh a little bit better as a team.
Now, obviously, in this first game of the day, we have the group system in play, and Group E are not playing. That means PENTA, 4 Romanian Boys, and Team Doom. So 3 out of the 4 teams that didn't make it into the first Super Weekend are not playing in the first game. I don't know whether that's kind of a good thing or a bad thing for Five Threats, right? There is that angle of, well, it's technically a bit of an opportunity for them to pick up some solid points ahead of PENTA, 4 Romanian Boys, and Team Doom coming into game 2, right, and apply the extra element of pressure. But when you take away 3 teams that didn't make it into the first Super Weekend, in theory, this lobby of 16 teams, or 15 excluding Five Threats, is technically one of the hardest lobbies that they're going to face in the league week 2. So I don't know if that's in the minds of Five Threats. I can't imagine it will be, but from an existential point of view, I look at it as maybe a bit more pressure for Five Threats that they're going to be under in this game one.
An existential point of view, do you think Five Threats are wondering if they even should exist at this point in time? I mean, that's a little bit scary for these poor guys. But I would hope that they're not having an existential point of view and they're quite comfortable with their performances and achievements so far, making it into this tournament of PMPL. It is quite an achievement to say the least. And we don't need any of that so far. Let's not go down that.
I'm aware that word was a little bit maybe over the top, but it's the first word that came into my head, and I thought, you know what, I'm running with it. It might sound over the top, but hey, sometimes it has to be done.
Yeah, for sure. That's okay. I mean, you know, we're all Jean-Paul Sartre up here. We've all seen this guy's philosophy. It's all good, but we are in the world of PUBG Mobile at the time being. But I do think that you bring up a good point, because it is an extremely hard lobby to be playing in as Five Threats. However, they're really not on the top of my prior list at the moment, just because it was a pretty, and I won't sugarcoat it, pitiful performance in that first league play. Now, if they can maybe change a few things, it could be better. But again, they needed 4 times the points that they got last week to even have a chance of getting into the Super Weekend. And getting, I think it was like a 2 point, even less than that, maybe less than that average per game last week, which is, it's not good. On the other hand, though, I think that for Romanian Boys, when they do come into this lobby, that's the team I'm looking at. You know, if you can get a solid performance off early on in the league play, right, day one, and get 20 points, you know, out of one game, that's all you really need, then your life becomes infinitely easier, and we could see those mix-ups. However, I do think we've already got quite a strong top 16. There are a few teams that I do think, you know, could shift in and out. I'm looking at perhaps Shockwave, even RESQ at this point in time, despite their earlier performances. But we'll see. Already Vamos taking a knock.
Yeah, not a good start for Vamos outside of RESQ/Watertown. The rest of the team seems to be driving towards them, and they might be looking to take this fight against Unicorns of Love. I wouldn't recommend that Vamos disengage away, leave the elimination to go into the hands of Unicorns of Love and just continue this game as a 3-person team. It's going to make this game a little bit more difficult for them. I'm sure they'll be able to turn something out of this tough spot.
Yeah, 3 players, it's a little bit awkward. Now you're trying to move away from RESQ itself. You're moving deeper into this southern island. And I think at this point in time, you know, you've got to be really wary of where you're heading, because in this area, yeah, there's a fair few bits of terrain that can keep you safe around ruins. But the further you move down, the further you move into Gatka, right? And the further you're moving into those fields, life becomes a lot harder. You start to prone, you know, the buggies aren't as effective anymore because it can be easily spotted on your rotation. So I think Vamos needs to be careful now. And that's always the worrisome thing about losing players early when you're trying to hold on to a spot, is that you're often shunted out into an area that you weren't particularly wanting to play in.
I know that this phase 1 circle is a little bit more heavily south, but I am still very happy with the fact that TJB have seemed to kind of gather themselves on this normally split drop pretty early inside this phase 1. We're about to see phase 2 pop up, and it's a bit of a 3-1 split, but compared to previous games where they've had kind of massive 1-1-1-1 splits early on in the game when the circle has been in their favor, I look at this as a positive correction in an ever-evolving play style for TJB. Phase 2 is about to pop up giants outside of Pachinki up on the western fields. It's going to center up quite nicely. Pretty much all the teams that are inside the circle of phase 1 are still inside phase 2.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most kind shift that we could have seen on this circle. I think most people are already heading over towards this location anyway, realizing this is where they needed to be. Shockwave has taken that rotation you mentioned earlier over towards from South George, managed to circumvent round RESQ, who typically play right on the southern edge of Everest, but not too much further than that. So taking this West Coast road works out pretty well for them. XTEAM are in the swamps at the moment, though, so might spot this rotation, so we'll have to be a little bit careful. But I will agree, Tongjiabao, I do like that split because, like you said, it was heavy 1-1-1-1 split, right? But in my opinion, it was kind of like just having 4 separate teams a lot of times, the way that Tongjiabao was playing. Luckily this time, you're right, they are playing much more centered up, and this is a great circle for them to get some points right at the beginning of the league play, number 2. So this is looking good for Tongjiabao, and I appreciate the speed at which they have regrouped and reassessed the scenario right on the northern side of Quarry. Big, on the other hand, still making their way through. Unfortunately, one of their players is a straggler between Game Lord, just coming through that box compound crossing. So a little bit awkward. Luckily, Mozero, who is that straggler, has got out the way, and Game Lord's not giving them too much attention. Typically, they'll rotate round Hospital and come through where Rescue's playing.
There is a bit more space up on that kind of northern half of phase 2 because of the kind of priority around the quarry area that teams tended to hang around inside phase 1. Essentially, between quarry and Pachinki Blank, there's a cluster of 4 to 5 teams. You have XT, 5 Threats, TJB, 4 Romanian Boys, and Giants, along with even Clear Vision. They're in that compound down the hill that the likes of TJB and 4 Romanian Boys have locked down, but it's the Chopsticks compound. It's been very heavily utilized in a lot of these Erangel games, whether the circle has ended directly on that compound or just a little bit further away. And I think this is a good start for Clear Vision.
Yeah, it's difficult to actually take shots onto them as well because you're at a very low position on the map. So most teams like trying to take shots at are taking shots from elevated positions. And it's the one time where being elevated doesn't really help you because you can't directly see into the windows. Unicorns of Love continue to harass Vamos. Unfortunately, Alicio hits the deck and Daddy's forced to try and respond to this. Lawrence, with gun in hand, tries to make something happen. Good Molotov to stop the players from peeking out too much further. And this was an instantaneous response to keep Alicio alive. Unfortunately, that nade's going to cause some problems. Someone will have to go back and pick him up. Daddy's on the case, just about gets it in time. Goodness me. And now Florin right in the bag. And luckily, somehow, someway, Unicorns of Love have rescued Alicio from what was a dire situation.
But great response by Unicorns of Love, again, just continuing to mount the pressure outside of Ruins to make sure that they had this engagement locked under control before they in any way thought about the revive onto Alicio. It was very, very close, of course, but at the end of the day, you can't deny how they played through. And for Vamos, they had lost a player early on. I don't get why Florin was so heavily split away from his teammates. When you lose a player, 9 times out of 10, you're better off as a 3-person team staying grouped up, especially for Vamos, who struggled and didn't even make it into the first Super Weekend. This is not a good start.
You wonder if they were just happily looting and Unicorns of Love had followed them all the way over towards this position. Typical spot though, and I'm pretty sure Unicorns of Love spotted him. Daddy was directly on him and somehow doesn't even take the shot. And that's 2 players from Unicorns of Love going down. I'm pretty sure Daddy saw him fully in his vision there before instantly making the 180, which is a little bit unfortunate. Now, one thing I will say for Unicorns of Love that I do appreciate from that push is that there's too many times where we have seen Unicorns of Love lose a player and that has hampered them massively later in the game. This time, it's all about that confidence to be like, we are not letting one of our players go down. Let's fully commit to this fight instead of backing off and just playing as 3. So I really do like that move from Unicorns of Love, and it tells me a lot from what they've learned in that Super Weekend. 4 Romanian Men looking to actually duke it out here with FTY.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I was actually making a mistake in referring 4 Romanian Men as 4 Romanian Boys in this game. My humble apologies is something that I just actually noticed myself. FTY indeed fighting up against 4 Romanian Men in this compound that is in the heart of Phase 3. Phase 3 shifted quite heavily down south, close to the Ferry Pier area and the Western Bridge, heading towards Military Island. Real Tigers Island also in a good spot.
Yeah, most teams with that southern plane path were already in this position. 4 Romanian Men lose a player of Redox by Zodix over the way. There is a player up close and personal, and Rana just did not see it coming. FTY actually shunting the guys from 4 Romanian Men back after I think it was a self-grenade early on. And right now, 4 Romanian Men have just got grenades in hands, and I think they need to have guns out, lads. Guns out.
Absolutely fantastic overall from FTY. Yeah, this is the IGL for the team, and I think he's crafting a very well coordinated team. I was talking to Admiral, the manager of FTY, and he was highlighting that they've put Shinyo in that kind of fragger position, and he's proved it right now. You saw him get a knock into one of the 4 Romanian Men players inside the warehouse. He's been absolutely executing these players across the Super Weekend, and that's a good team fight engagement win from FTY to send the last remaining player for 4 Romanian Men packing.
Yeah, Sarah's now got to find a position to just snake this one out. Again, league play all about points. Even if you're one player, it's still good. Swat 69 currently obliterating Big over on this northeast side somehow. Beast, though, turns around. 2-pit roster Ali spots out the guy, Sarah, who heads towards a shack. But I think the life is now over as he does get eliminated. 4 Romanian Men out in 15th place. All the while, Shockwave continue to battle it out with 5 threats over on that southeast side, but a massive northeast shift on the circle will take us up towards the fields. Look at that. SWAT 69 take down Big.
That's a big win coming out for SWAT 69 on the South Pachinki hillside. 5 threats also gone down, so not a good start for them in League Week 2 Game Lord. However, they went for a wide rotation. They started all the way on the northern side of the river. They were close to Big around the Everest region, and they've ended up on the southwestern side of the map, hanging outside a ferry pier. If that's not a variable rotation, I don't know what is. And I'd love to see from Game Lord, they've converted to this more edge style play, as Maxwan alluded to at the start of the PMPL, and crafting it in on the first 4 circles is such a good idea because they've been grabbing so much information along the way.
Yeah, I mean, they've done this a fair few times now, which is that rotation through box compound, backside of hospital, and then down the western coast. And they do it quite late, and it works out really well for them a lot of times because RESQ's the first to go forward, then Shockwave, and oftentimes they do send themselves a little bit too far into the circle themselves, and then Game Lord can just play from the backstop. So this works out really nicely for them. They've practically cleared the majority of this western edge. Get Giants, though, against Unicorns of Love. Icy Boss immediately goes down. Ulysses, absolutely on a tear right now, finds another. Looking for one more from the guys from Unicorns of Love. That's 3 down. Giants are just making a mockery of Unicorns of Love on this push, and there's 1 player remaining in the foothills, but it's no doubt that he's going to remain up there for the rest of the game.
But if Unicorns of Love are going to squad push, why aren't they squad pushing as a full squad, right? You know, that doesn't make sense. There's zero logic, because if you're defending a compound and you have a player in the backline, that makes sense. But if you're pushing a compound, you want to push it as a full squad. Unicorns of Love, they got an initial squad over in the Vamos, but they're meeting the match in the form of Giants. That is clinical from Giants Gaming.
Ulysses even picks up the knock there right at the end, tallying that total up to 4 members of Unicorns of Love down to the hands of Ulysses. Completely controlling that battlefield then. I wonder if Unicorns of Love even knew if that compound was occupied and Resnals was just scouting from the top side. Unfortunately, it was, and the response was not quite as quick as before versus Vamos. Shockwave looks towards Ali, but there is another player off in the distance that finds that shot. Ali, helpful in this situation. Hamodi is down in the back lines. Hamodi will be getting back up fairly shortly, but Ali now nade in hand, and Shockwave players, they're very close to one another, so this nade could prove devastating if it hits on target, and it does. Zico now down on knee, just 1 player left. Ali has been so accurate with his grenades, another one hit, totals for a 70%, and Tiger just has to keep backing away into a Molotov.
Two major things went wrong for Shockwave as Super Young roster continued to mount the pressure onto Shockwave. 1, they went for the revive when they didn't have the engagement under control, and Terminus stayed back. Yeah, okay, maybe Terminus is there as kind of plan B, the last player alive, to try and grab a couple of points. But come on, that's not the way you should be playing the top level if you want to get there of PMPL in the US. You gotta commit.
FTY on the rooftops, looking towards Super Young Roster. They do find a knock, and this might be go time for FTY themselves. You see Tong Jiabao had a great game so far, and just in terms of rotation, they've got a central spot this time. Now, Max is always talking about how Tong Jiabao like to play on the outside of the circles. They do it on Sanhok, like to heal out, but this feels like a much more proactive approach, and it's something that you would hope, considering the circle is so close to their original drop spot, that they'd get a good position. So it's a nice start for them. There are so many players, so many teams right now, mainly just because of the terrain that surrounds this area. It is so open. The fields are very hard to cross without vehicles. So a lot of times you're forced into a position where you have to walk it down. Ali, though, hits one onto FTY. I don't think they were prepared for this retaliation coming through from Super Young Roster.
Yeah, but I also think that they kind of really didn't scout in the right way, as Hamodi gets a drive-by on the Zodox. FTY now down to 2, Addis and Nox. Sorry, yeah, Addis and Nox, the 2 players remaining, and it seems like they didn't really push into that hillside in the right way, and Super Young Roster made them pay.
Yeah, it didn't feel fast enough, right? Because they got the knock on the
No.
Super Young Roster, waited about 10 seconds for the rest to come through, and then initiate on the fight. Tam tries to reposition. Langx moves out the side, will get Molotoved in the meantime, and then shot out, but at least finds one player. Hamodi rocks up now, will most likely find the flush there, but Hamodi is quickly taken down by a player from Real Tigers 9 off in the distance. GK first, as well as Ko, here in the shacks once again. Again, they're like, these are the first guys to find this position. They are in the shacks. There is nowhere to play realistically on this side of the map.
And I love that 3-1 split from Real Tigers 9. You have 3 on the high ground, captains across the road inside the shack. It's the best of both worlds. Swat 69 pushing on in. TJB, they had their position, but do they have the control? I don't think it's quite the case, because Swat 69 are still alive.
Nade's still coming through, but where are the smokes? They need to come in earlier than this. There's one of them, just about try and get Lin into the building before he gets absolutely broadsided here. And yeah, these smokes needed to be down much, much earlier. Giants now moving in, but finding it extremely difficult as a hail of bullets come their way. Salazar extremely low. It's still Game Lord off this northwest edge. They did lose Akashi early on, taking a knock when they took a fight versus a team on the western side, but they're continuing through. Goodness me, Narvalo makes it look easy.
Through the smokes and then clinically onto Addis of FTY. Narvello just doesn't stop the co-IGL, but now Game Lord, they're being punished. Robs is the last player up as they finish off FTY.
Robson needs to hit some smokes now, because if he's going to bring the remaining players back up again, which will be critical to the end game performance, he needs to do it now. Unfortunately, all the while, Giants have had these smokes up the entire time with vehicles to boot, so those reses are coming through thick and fast, and most likely, once those smokes dissipate, I think Game Lord's in for a whole world of hurt.
Sometimes, though, I think throwing smokes can be at your detriment, as it allows other teams to indicate that there's a player in that area. Throw an aid and you could be done diddly for. So I actually agree with the fact that Robs didn't instantly go for a smoke if he still had one in his pack, as Real Tigers 9 pushing in onto Super Young Roster. Just Ali left alive, and he's going to get a knock. Looking for the confirmation. Isn't quite confirmed.
Does get Nazgod down, but not flushed, like you said. Real Tigers 9 sat at 6 eliminations. Game Lord coming to this one with 12, so already a quarter of the way there just in terms of elimination points to a qualification. Robs still in this game as the final player. Nano Baby off in the distance, does throw a nade onto the car, just about hits. But the first aid kit goes off immediately afterwards. Ulysses also moving up. Giants have done a fantastic job to keep the amount of vehicles still in this game. Robs tries to hit the shots, but misses most of them. And Nana Baby is able to bring this one back around.
Down to 4 teams. Real Tigers 9 are the only team left at the full squad. It's 4v2v2v2 blank.
These vehicles have been so good for Giants so far, so kind for them, and the rest of the vehicles are piled up around these shacks after the multiple amount of crashes that have come through. SWAT 69 PNL does go down. Okay, a boy trying to make his way in past the hay bales, but Tong Jiabao will have spotted this. Will take him down quickly afterwards. Tong Jiabao third team here, along with the others, Real Tigers 9 and Giants. Giants take another knock in Nano Baby. Unlikely that Ulysses is going to be able to get him back up again unless he can make the long crawl, but Real Tigers 9 find another knock onto GK first. Now just Yiz remaining.
Look at this control and spread that Real Tigers 9 have in the circle. Phase 6 leading into Phase 7. It doesn't matter where it shifts. They're definitely going to have at least 2 players inside the circle.
Yeah, 8 eliminations here as well. I think Real Tigers 9, when they start to pop off, they really do start to pop off. Ulysses finds Yiz. Nana Baby has been brought back up again. So realistically, it's about where this next circle heads towards. And it does favor Giants just slightly. But the amount of control that Real Tigers 9 currently have, you know, a knock is needed now. But immediately, a couple of bullets come through, penetrate both targets at the same time, hit the vehicle, explode it. Oh my god, it's like the end of an action movie.
So good coming out from Real Tigers 9 throughout this game. They played in on that kind of southeastern side of the mainland in the compounds to the east of the western bridge. It was the high ground spot they were able to overlook, and then they sent captives across the road right initially as that anchor point position, and from there it became just so much easier for them to control because a lot of the cluster of action was over on that western side because of the shifts in the late game over to the east. But I am forced to ask, Blank, where was this Real Tigers 9 in a super weekend, right? It's all well and good pulling out strong results in the league week, and we will commend them for that in an isolated way. But if they can't repeat that kind of control in the super weekend, I'm kind of worried about them.
I mean, I think we have seen this Real Tigers 9 before, but again, it is about volatility for this team. Like, they have really big ups and then really big downs as well. I think they are a skillful team and they have it in them to get these chicken dinners. And again, here's their chicken dinner right here on a plate. I think they need to do this more often though and bring this same kind of play style out because they look very strong and they locked it down. Yes, a lot of teams had tore themselves to bits on the waves there trying to get into the circle itself, and it was fairly easy for Real Tigers 9 as a 4-man team, but I do think that they made all the right decisions in that end game to pick up the chicken dinner. Regardless, Game Lord's still doing well as per usual. Tong Jiabao, on the other hand, yeah, not strong finish, but at least they did something with the circles that were given to them and they weren't picked apart early game. So I did respect that they tried to go for this. Unfortunately, when you get a shift like that and that's where you're playing in the first place, it is likely that your position is going to be the one that's most focused on towards that end game. So I can't imagine those shacks is where they wanted to end up, but they were forced there just by the circle shifting.
Ulysses, we just saw with 6 elimination points. He was absolutely on fire for Giants Gaming in this game 1. We still got 4 more games to go. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back on the desk.
Where has this Real Tigers 9 UK been in the Super Weekend? A fantastic match for them, having themselves in a really good place to close things out, but getting very aggressive towards the end to finish off as many limbs as possible. I guess they want to set themselves in a position to not really have to play out any of the rest of the league matches to make it into the Super Weekend. Just capped and joined by Maxman and Claris once again. And gentlemen, seemed like a relatively easy game for them in the midst of everything.
Yeah. They had the best position to be able to transition from based on some of the hard shifts that came along the way. Obviously, a ton of teams were bottled up on that west side. The east was relatively free for them. The nice split that they had with the 1-3, you could see the moves where they had to realize, okay, we need to attack where we had the crash on towards that little hut. We need to attack from the south side. So we have to go pick up our one, bring them back down, and actually make that rotate in. So it sounds ridiculous, but from looking at the map overall, this was relatively free for Real Tigers 9. They had a perfect opportunity to get a win here.
I mean, that phase 5 shift. Oh, sorry, go for it. Yeah. Yes. Okay, I'll go.
Go on, Max.
Okay, no, that phase 5 circle was the big difference maker for this game, because the circle went their way and they didn't have to move whatsoever, and literally all the teams had to fight on the more western side, so all they had to do was just wait, and the moment that they had to cross the road, they really had Septiv in a very good anchor point position, so they just sent it over, went onto that fight on what I believe was SYI, if I'm not mistaken, and as you said, right, it was free at the very end because they had full control, and they still had a 4-man team, which made it very easy to secure it.
All right, let's take a look at these standings, though, from the last match and so many points they got for themselves, as well as some other teams out there, because Game Lord did have a heck of a game. They didn't really get that high in terms of placements, finishing with 6 points overall, but 12 limbs. Like, this team, even though they're not, like, you know, getting top 2, top 3 necessarily, they're still picking up so many limbs that some teams are actually just running away from them. I think I saw Giants doing just that.
I mean, yeah, for me, Game Lord, they're in a class of their own right now in this tournament. It's going to be difficult for anybody to compete with them. Giants up on the north side, kind of northwest side, not too dissimilar an angle that, you know, Game Lord was in, as well as Swat 69, etc., kind of up in that area. They really fought for their position too, which is nice to see, considering in some of the moments during Super League, I was like, oh, okay, some moments were a bit lackluster, kind of having that middle table position as a whole. So 21 points, that's a huge win for them to start.
Yeah, actually looking onto Game Lord's rotation, as we know, they like to drop in Yasnai Poliana, and they instantly saw the circle, and they know by now how these teams try to rotate. They went from Yasnai Poliana to Rozhok to George Pole, straight down the western coastline, straight into Quarry, and then started entering the circle through the western side. So in terms of rotation, they had clearly the biggest rotation of this game, and it was not an easy one, right? We talked about the western side being heavily contested by, what was it, 5-6 teams as a whole, and yet they were able to come out on top, as you said, and I think there's no better way to put it right now. Game Lord are truly in the league of their own, and it's the team to beat currently in this event.
Looking down the list here, you still have TJB picking up some good points. SWAT 69 as well, a team that was kind of on the cusp as we were looking at the Super Weekend. I think they were like 15th at some point, and like the final day they were able to move up the rankings. Super young roster for me. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree. Still have yet to really hit that stride we saw in that first week of league play, though it's still 10 points is not a bad start.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not too bad here for this one, but you're right. I think what we saw from them in week 1, league play 1, where they, especially in the last day, right, where they had a win and then, you know, one game sort of hiatus and then a win again. That was brilliant from them. We need to see those sparks, though, come back in, but 10 points, as you say, nothing to scoff at.
All right, looking down, we still see FTY, which I think, Max, you said we're pretty happy with. They had a nice push. I can't remember the team in particular. I think it, who was it? Because you literally just said something nice about FTY, and then we go over to them, and they immediately get knocked. One of them gets knocked. But they still had a decent game, right? 4 limbs, 2 placing points. But the second page, though, I think this is going to interest me just a little bit. So we're not going to have Big doing too well, getting 0 points. Vamos as well, getting 0 points. For Romanian Men, getting 0 points. 5 Threats, getting 0 points. Rough match here for these bottom 4 teams.
Yeah, pretty rough, all of the bottom teams right now. Not the best start for them. It's just the first game, you know what? So I'll give it to them. It's okay, but also you've got these rotating lobbies. It makes it a lot harder to remain consistent and to try to get those good results. So not the best start. Hopefully it's not going to hurt their morale too much, but you're looking at your 5 Threats. You're looking at your also Vamos Esports. You're looking at your RESQ. Those are the teams on this bottom page right now that cannot really afford too many of these bad results because already having a bad Super Weekend or missing out on the Super Weekend is bad. When it happens twice in a row out of 3 Super Weekends, that's really going to start to set you back pretty heavily for your chance to make it the top 16.
And for teams like 5 Threat and Vamos, the big test is going to be Sanhok now. Like, if they can't put numbers up there, we haven't seen them there yet, then it's going to be scary.
That's actually really rough. I never thought about it. Like, obviously, if you don't qualify for one Super Weekend, your chances are a lot lower, right? But if you don't qualify for two, you can pretty much say goodbye. And week 2 is probably like the hardest week to qualify because of Sanhok actually being in the mix. So really curious to see if teams have prepared for that in particular. But one team who has prepared, actually, finally get their first chicken dinner of the event is Real Tigers 9 UK. And we talked about the start of the day. We talked about how Mango's been stepping up when it comes to Super Weekend. Michi was able to step up when it comes to League play. And we wanted to check in yet again just to kind of see how their stats have laid out here. And again, Michi are going to be up at 820 damage with 5 limbs.
Wait a minute.
Like, Hardman with 0 damage received?
Yeah, exactly. So he was just chilling, basically. Nothing getting his way. But yeah, Michio had an amazing performance. I mean, these kinds of damage numbers coming in, they speak to what we were talking about, right? Nobody contesting them on the east side. Their understanding of having to wrap around on that south side is the best attack angle against super young roster. And then from there, they have some of the only hard cover that exists in that circle max. So they're, yeah, not only Hardman chilling, but the entire team chilling.
Yeah, Real Tigers 9 UK were playing a completely different game from the rest of these teams. Here was just the information game. You got the information. The moment you have to move into the circle and cross that road, they have the maximal amount of information already in their pocket. So they know exactly what's the most important play to make for that chicken dinner. They go for the push. I was a little bit skeptical because they started moving on to Septiv, which was an anchor point for sure across the road, which made it a lot easier to transition, but he was not in the circle. I'm happy that they rethought their approach process to go onto the push onto SYR, take control of the circle and leave all the teams up north fight it out. So that was the big play that they took, and as you said, it was pretty much a given for them. So I'm happy at least they made the right play to secure that win, because I think a lot of teams could have potentially made a mistake then, threw the game away, but luckily enough, Real Tigers 9 pulled it through.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big take on confidence too. Like, when we've talked about this so many times over the last year, of when teams are given a position where they should be able to capitalize and win in a match, is to be able to do that pretty cleanly and to be able to have the confidence of, okay, we can close games out, we can pick these fights and win, and it really helps your mentality over the long term of this event, which is, you know, pretty long, 4-week long in total. But let's maybe jump into the damage and eliminations here, because we kind of talked and theorized maybe we're going to see some clumping or maybe some numbers in favor of some teams rotating from that west side because there was a big grouping of it. But I am curious to see if it's reflected in this necessarily. And obviously Game Lord could be relatively high up there, but we had quite a few teams. If I look back at, you know, the map we had, actually how the transition happened over the course of this one, it was a little bit rough for quite a few teams actually, in about what, zone 3, zone 4.
So yeah, it doesn't surprise me too much that some of those teams that kind of get caught up in that crunch, yeah, they've done some damage here and there, teams like FTY, teams like SYR, but then TJB is slightly underneath them in terms of the damage done, because again, they had like one of those middle sheds, which similar to the SYR shed is one of the only places that actually has hard cover in this. So just chilling in the middle of the circle, doing a little bit here and there, the rest of the teams having to, you know, work for it and fight for it. And RT9, you know, having to, you know, round the game out means that they get some damage into.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, I'm surprised to see Real Tigers 9 being the top damage, despite Game Lord having such an integral part of the fight happening on the west for them, and actually getting 12 eliminations. So very efficient. Seemed like they were taking a few little shots from their hilltop on the eastern side, which is a good thing. You're trying to get rid of some of the resources of your enemies, making all those rotations a lot harder to execute. So good on Real Tigers 9 that not only did they have the best position and were scouting, it seems like they were also getting somewhat involved in terms of taking shots towards them.
I like Giants numbers actually, as like a little side note here. You know, about 1,500 damage done, 9 eliminations. We saw them rock up on Unicorns of Love, and it was just really clean, like finish in that little mini house, right? I think it was Nano able to enter through like a window. He gets a knock, even switches weapons, gets another one as well with the help of a teammate. Then Alicia runs away, and they're like, no, you're not getting away. We're gonna chase you down. And I think that's what you need to see out of this team in particular, with Salazar on the roster, right, replacing Sebi. Having that quick communication, being very concise, and more importantly, being really efficient in how you take fights and close fights out. Having a new player on the team makes it very difficult to do so. I think this is a good sign for this team. Yeah,
I think especially in that game, Giants were very opportunistic, because I think that they rocked up right at the moment where Unicorns of Love sent Reznov onto, what was it, Pachinki Hill to scout, and I think they saw that as a great opportunity. Oh, we can actually have the man advantage in that fight. Let's rock up now, and then they won't have time to regroup, and we're going to have the man advantage and win that position. So if that was the train of thought that went through the heads of Giants, I think that was a really good execution. So I want to see hopefully more of that from Giants.
Okay, well, you know what? You're going to have a chance to. We're going to head on over to our schedules, remind you guys at home what's going to be coming up next, and it will indeed be Sanhok for the first time today, the first time in League play, but not the last time, as we have it yet coming up another time on match number 4. But then we'll be going over to Erangel as number 3. Group D, though, will be sitting out from Sanhok in this match, and Group D is going to be an interesting one. And we're going to actually take a look at the participating teams who won't be participating. Unfortunately, it will be Giants, and we won't be seeing TJB go for the heel off just yet.
I think we'll see other teams down towards the bottom going for the heel off. I'm thinking, you know, your Vamos, your Doom, etc., and things like that. This is maybe a little bit of an early call, but I think they're probably understanding that this lobby is strong and they need to try and get some points here, there, and everywhere. And probably one of the most efficient ways to get some average points per Sanhok, since there's so many of them, maybe go for the heel.
All right, well, it's time to head over to our commentators, though, to kick off match number 2. So take it away, gentlemen.
It's time for the first of many Sanhoks here. My name's John Allen. With me is Imperium. Looking good in your shirt there. I like it. I like
Thank you.
The patterns there. Very flashy. I feel like it's to me, it says Sanhok.
Ooh, okay, I suppose. It's quite warm in Ireland. There's a lot of grass.
Sure.
So yeah, I get where you're coming from with that, John. So hey, look, if it's a representation of Sanhok, I'm certainly here for it, and it's going to be a big test for a lot of these teams, the variability of the different groups. The guys talked about a Group D out of the mix. I want to see something continue on for the likes of Real Tigers 9 and Penta especially. This is Penta's first game now of League Week 2.
Plane path over the north side. Not really too much to worry about. Obviously, very small map is Sanhok. And Big out early. They're going to be taking that western coast. And actually a couple of teams out on that northwestern island as well. Looks like RESQ and Eastern Stars are going to be a bit hodgepodge around the middle there.
I'm a little bit surprised that Eastern Stars didn't commit the whole squad to Hatting, more so in the fact that Shockwave aren't competing in this second game of the day. So technically that compound is absolutely locked down. Their split is pretty big. 1 in Hatting, 2 on the top of the mountain, 1 inside Camp Alpha. Now, Big don't normally send multiple players in Camp Alpha, but when Eastern Stars should be aware that they like to control the northwestern side of that northwest island, the risk is always going to be there, and it was kind of a needless one.
Oh, Beast did get spotted out, trying to be sneaky there, but it's not going to work out. Now, Kapahala with a 1 versus 2 in this scenario, Imperium. And I feel like he's setting up already. There's sightlines. Is that his teammates chiming in? Because look at that. Mazzaro already taken down to half HP. Has to potentially jump out the window, but doesn't really have the sightlines. Athis there. This is a beautiful backup angle for him. But if Kapahala loses these trades, there's not much you can do in these scenarios.
He has to head back towards his teammate, right, and use that support that he has to his advantage. Make it across the road to the buildings across the way, and hopefully get into the safety of the cover where his teammates are on the top of the mountain. Octavian is still looting up Hatting, by the way. Phase 1, on a side note, did show itself up the northern side. So the mainland and the northwest island very much prioritized in this phase 1 with a good 30 to 40% of water in play of this phase 1.
Yeah, it's going to give them a little bit more time now. Athis and Dorin joins on the overlook there, but Mihi's coming back for Big. And actually past 2 players from RESQ. You can see them on the southeast side. I don't think they'll have scouted this position, but Kappa, oh my God, the timing on that shimmy. Goodness me. And he spots it out as well. Mihi takes a lot of damage from that QBZ. Worried about the players in the compound, but Athis and Dorin can now look out towards this area. But with these shots, RESQ aren't even looking this way. There they go. Finally.
Oh, there you go. This is actually Dualbar's first set of games in the PMPL for RESQ. He was playing in the first game, but let's be fair, they didn't really do anything of note to point it out, and he went down early on in this game. But in this game too, he's been able to pick up Mihi, and that's just a little bit of sigh of relief for Kapahala.
This tiny little bit of respite. And a couple of seconds longer, and Kapahala would have been broadside on 2 fronts with Mihi, and we saw the shots that he took from the top there. I think that was from Beast, who managed to get up there from Big. I feel like he would have died had it not been for those RESQ players coming in. Although, I feel like they could have been there a little bit earlier. They heard those shots. I think he was stood there for a good 5 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, just not being shot at by RESQ.
it could still be doable getting an elimination point on the Kappahala, right? I think that's why you use the word respite, because nothing is absolutely secure in where Kappahala lays down. He has the support of his team, but no real security. The second he moves out, it's bigger in his sightlines, which he doesn't know. He's going to get taken out. Penta and Swat 69 engaging on each other on this northwest island, but on the eastern side of it. An important fight for Penta, as I believe they've gotten an elimination point. It's actually RESQ inside here. I don't know what's going on. Tick is on his own.
He's got one though, and he's not going to be able to get too much more. Penta pushing into a very split player from RESQ. They went for a wide split as well, as did the Eastern Stars. It was all very mixed up in the middle, but Penta staying as a little bit of a group here. We wanted to see more from them. We'll see if they could deliver today.
I don't know if it's just because of the variability of groups, but there's definitely a couple of changes in terms of drop spots from these teams, which we've seen. Obviously, some get caught out because of it. RESQ going for a little bit of a different split big as well, and they both being to an extent caught out. Yeah, okay, phase one is maybe forcing these teams to move a little bit earlier and kind of go in a little bit blind towards the edge of the circle, but I'm left scratching my head. I maybe wasn't expecting so many individual players or teams to kind of get caught out early on in this game too, the first Sanhok game of League Week 2.
Kapahala's been pinned down here, I think, for a solid minute and a half now. But he's finally found those openings. I think RESQ retreated from the position, so that angle no longer as much of a threat. The Eastern Stars have Athis on the overlook, but Dorian retreated in the meantime to potentially get a little bit more loot on board. Octavian, in the meantime, has had free reign in Hartin. Nobody else challenging out for that area. Octavian should be carrying a lot of supplies for the rest of the team back towards everyone to give most likely to Kapahala, because the guy's been pinned down for so long.
Yeah, if his backpack isn't full, then I don't know what he's doing right now. Super Young Roster, I believe, got another elimination point onto RESQ, or, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, onto RESQ, so they're down to 2 players, just Blood and Coyote. Clear Vision being punished by Game Lord up and towards the northern side of this mainland. Cow, Tap Mock, some core parts of this phase on to lock down because of how north this phase on shift is, John.
Game Lord had a very large spread only 20 seconds ago, and now they've managed to recondense, spot out a couple of the Clear Visions players, and Clear Visions are struggling. Narvalo, though, he's taken half HP, but it's a Modi to get found by Akashi there by Game Lord as they take fights on several fronts, a really solid set of outlooks for them. I think that's just the one player on bended knee for Clear Visions at the moment, but Samo looks for the cross, looks for the res, but
oh my God,
that's never going to work when Akashi's got you in his sights.
Come on, don't fall for the bait, Samo. Oh, you're better than that. It's okay sometimes to let your teammate go down. You don't have to go for the revive, because they still had 3 players up until one of your teammates gets a counter knock. The massive, absolutely massive majority risk is there going for the revive like that. And again, they pay the ultimate price, now down to 2 players, Vindex, and are happy nowhere near each other around this Tap Mock area, and Game Lord just continued to maintain control inside this phase 1. Unicorns Love on the South Bootcamp Hill. A couple of teams are still outside of this phase 1 circle. 4 Romanian Men, TJB, FTY, 4 Romanian Boys, and Real Tigers 9.
Hunkering down behind the logs, really not too much to be getting on with there. The fighting over on the northwestern island has subsided for the time being. Big disengaged from Camp Alpha, as did Kapahala, rejoining up north with Octavian. So they're both a little bit further towards Hartin. A 2-2 split for the Eastern Stars, Mountain, and the west end of Hartin. Penta moved up to that ridge, just to that compound to the south of it, and Sport 69 have their representation on that northwestern island, as well as Super Young Roster and RESQ on that southwestern corner of the island. So 5 teams now currently, sorry, 6 teams actually, over on that northwest.
I can't believe Kapahala got away with it, right? It must have been the skookiest of bum times for him in the first 5.5
right.
minutes. And although I would prefer him to be up in the top of the mountain as a 3-person team, 3-1 split, the fact that he was able to survive, I think he's just happy to be with one of his teammates for the time being. But I don't look at this as an idealistic split. As it happens, Phase 2 shifted on up. It is up on the northeast. You can see Real Tigers 9 and 4 Romanian Boys starting to engage on each other, and it's going towards 4 Romanian Boys, at least initially. They lost Fury, but Lau, Kime, and Tudor left alive.
And Kimi is the standout performer for that team. We saw it at the start of the day. Despite the team not doing super well, he is absolutely pivotal in their performances when they do come through. We'll need to find a little bit more. Nasgod. Oh, just slipping away. Actually, these were two teams with the standout players that we highlighted, and only one of them still has them standing, with Kimi on 4 Romanian Boys and Mango down for Real Tigers 9.
Don't hold back, though. When I say don't hold back, I mean don't take away from what Lau can do for 4 Romanian Boys. He's a ridiculously experienced player within PUBG Mobile, former player of GSG Europe, where they had a pretty decent amount of success over the last year and a half, and he's hoping to kind of not only repeat that, but exceed it with this 4 Romanian Boys roster. It will take time for him to find his feet, right? That's why we maybe seen the likes of Keme stand out a little bit more for 4 Romanian Boys, but I definitely have faith in what Lau will be able to show throughout this PMPL.
Yeah, sorry, Mango isn't even playing on the roster, so not even going to have that. Feather and Cat. XTEAM.
Technically, you weren't wrong then.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. He's not playing at the moment in this game. So there you go. XTEAM going to be on the southeastern side. Not quite in this next circle. I feel like this is one of the hardest positions to play from for XTEAM, because you know there's going to be teams bunched up to the north side of boot camp. You know there's going to be a lot of territory taken. You're just going to have to take a fight and hope you win it. Unicorns of Love doing just that as well. Daddy makes a swift U-turn. They get someone on the info on the grass, but Reznov laid bare. Not really any cover to play around. Icy needs to stand.
Doom didn't make it into the first Super Weekend. It ended up on 31 points, and they were Kyle Harris's team to watch coming into this PMPL. Well, you're going to have to continue watching them right now as they try and control this fight against Unicorns Love. Initial knock onto Reznov is good, but they got countered, right? They got traded. So they're both going to get the revives. They're both going to get the reset. Then we might see the follow through. Koa chucking out the nades. I don't really agree with that, right? I understand the premise of it. It's to apply a bit of pressure, so while the revive is coming off, it's stopping Unicorns Love from pushing further. But I think they're wasted utility, right? They're kind of wasted nades, and it becomes less effective throughout the engagement.
I mean, I feel like I disagree with you there. I feel like that was necessary to get those, as you say, keep that pressure up and stop Unicorns pushing. Because if you don't, they're just going to run you down. And this is a better engagement for Unicorns of Love. They're on the inside of the circle, and after that reset, they have more information. Losing a player, one is down with XTEAM third-partying in the back. Unicorns are taking a couple more nades, but they're picking them out of the grass. They got their winkle pickers on, and they are digging those toes in. Action behind the rock now. Last player standing for Team Doom, and the Unicorns are riding strong on this hillside. Not able to get the knock onto Reznov. Swing out wide, Alicio. No one pushing down the opposite side. They go 2, and they will take the trades. Team Doom eliminated.
But there within lies a fundamental problem for Team Doom in that engagement. Instead of continuing forward off the back of the initial knock, even though they had a trade come through, they went for the revive. I talk about it so many times. It's okay to continue forward with the momentum, even if you have a player knocked down. If you've been able to open that door and say, hi, we're here, push in on that, you know, make the other team feel uncomfortable. Utility is only really going to secure a small amount of that, and without any player from Unicorns of Love getting knocked off the back of the Coenades, Unicorns of Love were able to reposition and enter that engagement in a much more confident, well-coordinated manner. Do miss out on a prime opportunity.
They get caught in the crunch. They were not lucky enough to be able to get out of it. The circle shrinks yet again, Imperium, and it looks more likely to be heading to the mainland. So all of those teams on that northwestern island are going to have to leave. Super Young roster did so fastest. They managed to get to boot camp, already taking control of that south end, and it's got a little bit of a peep into the circle.
Big went for a bit of a rotation. Eastern Stars are still in hot team. Clear Vision have the most central compound inside this phase 3 up on the high ground, overlooking the bridge onto the northwest island. But as they're down to 2 players, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to really control or lock down teams entering and breaching in onto mainland from the northwest island, because they get 1 player knocked, they're down to solo, right? That kind of thing. So they're going to be playing with a lot of caution inside that compound, and maybe even looking to camp it to an extent.
Real Tigers 9, 1 player standing from top to bottom at the moment, although they, to be fair, they haven't got out 16th, so it's not quite bottom. FTY, they've spent a long time out of the circle. Super Young roster now waiting to receive this push. Addis still trailing behind for FTY. I wonder if they've stacked the meds up on him. You can see no first aid there. So I imagine that this is a heal strat from FTY already coming in phase 3.
Yeah, they did this in the Super Weekend to pretty decent success. I like the fact that it's more of a hybrid push and heal strat, so it's not really a plan A, it's more of a plan B, because Shinyo and Zodok's going to at least do something to whittle down a couple of players or even get a squad wipe. What I really don't like is the fact they pushed in onto boot camp. I know it's only 2 players, but that was a really, really poor decision in my eyes.
It's interesting what you say about having, you know, plan A and plan B, but I feel like plan A is kind of screwed over by trying to do plan B a little bit as well. It's like, you know, plan A is driving a car, plan B is driving a motorbike, and then you end up in a trike. It's not fun for anyone.
I think that's why I refer to it as a bit of a hybrid, right? Because it's like half electric, half petrol, where you're able to kind of get the best of both worlds to an extent. So yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from in your point. Now, for Romanian Men looking to do the same thing as both FTY and Super Young roster and play through the boot camp area, but unfortunately phase 4 shifted massively up on the northeast. Tapmock's still in play. The black hole outside of Tapmock is also hanging around the edge of the circle on the northwestern side. Game Lord have that area absolutely locked down to a T on a 2-2 split.
Very, very nice from them. They have control of a lot of those hillsides, and the guard now for Unicorns of Love, it seems like they've been stopping teams from the south moving in for this entire game. But now they're going to have to leave and head further north as well and push into Clear Vision's position, push into XTEAM's position, and Game Lord have some vision on it as well. It's going to be hard for them, but they need to win out this fight first.
But here's the thing, I think they very much need to play the play style of, okay, it's going to be incredibly difficult for us to enter this phase 4 circle, so why don't we just switch to grabbing as many elimination points as we can, and that kind of balances out going early in this game, because there's still 43 players, which in turn is going to indicate between 12 to 14 teams left alive in this game. So Unicorns of Love know that if they try and push into the circle now, this early on in the blue zone closing in phase 4, they're probably going to go down within kind of the top 10 or before the top 10.
Super Young roster find the off-angle daddy. Falls there for Unicorns of Love, but they are still slowed. That Molotov on the door, really, really strong, actually. And look at that, he spotted a Modi out in the open, knows that the players can't push out the door, but he gets rattled. Elendo's there, he has the upper angle, and Unicorns of Love guard is starting to fall apart. Ali moves in, Amodi popping those heals, needs to stay healthy here, and Super Young roster might have found their opening.
Reznov, I don't know what the decision is from the positioning of the players, but that was just incredibly poor splits. There's a couple of reasons why they went for a few of these splits, right? Icy looking to anchor point in the edge of the circle, right, to grab that information. Daddy flanking around, but in no way, shape, or form should have Alicio be left on his own, because even if he had have gotten a knock on the Modi, you saw the instant response for Orlando. The player advantage came through, and the split worked against Unicorns of Love.
And for that, they will pay. They will go down to 1 player on the south side. Icy a clear MVP candidate so far in those super weekends, will have to go it alone for the time being. Penta pushing in to Robs from Game Lord, and look at that, Trazen already repositioning there, but a nade over the top. He doesn't even need the backup. It's a 1 versus 2 as the nade finds what he's looking for.
12 elimination points in the first game for Game Lord, 5 in this game, 2. It's clinical, right? Again, it's why I call them the blueprint of PMPL EU West. Now they're going up against Eastern Stars.
Oh, Athis taken low. Excellent off-angle sightline control from Game Lord as they protect their player up the top of the hill. Trazen even gets that heal off. Athis still low, and nades popped over the top as Trazen has those lines. Doran at the back for the Eastern Stars. Not going to be able to do too much. Octavian ticking away, and I don't think Athis can risk going for this revive as well, as it's going to be 2 players for the Eastern Stars. Game Lord regroup to the compound as they disengage from the fight.
This is why I called Game Lord's split in the previous phase the perfect split. It's not always the most ideal for a lot of teams, but for Game Lord, how talented they are, how versatile, that 2-2 split just worked out so beautifully as Unicorns will lose their lives.
XTEAM pushing into the compound. The shots land on the windowsill, but it's Akashi from across the way to be able to land those. Okay, fair enough. They are fighting everybody in this circle now, but Clear Visions and XTEAM locked in combat as Vindex pushes in, goes for the drop shot, but it's not enough. XTEAM hold it down with their 1 player remaining. Are happy, wants some revenge around the side, and the UMP seals the deal. But it is again 1 player standing for Clear Vision.
Circle has shifted up in this next phase over to the northwest, a little bit into the focus of Eastern Stars, but they have the lower ground of that hill that they're able to utilize. Doran gets knocked, but Big are pushing in behind them. It's something they have to be very careful of.
Vamos have spotted Mazzaro's smoke and they're spraying it down. Need to be wary of those off angles still. We have healers still going in the zone. 4 Romanian men, I think that's 4 Romanian men, super young roster. Both have players out in the zone, but Big starting to move along this hillside. They fought against the team from down the hill, Game Lord earlier, and now Big have taken up that mantle, left one of the Eastern Stars alive, and it's Octavian with the Groza behind the rock, finds one, switches out to the M4 for the flush. 30 bullets in the magazine now as Mazzaro pushes up for Big. I think this is the last player standing. It is in the 1 versus 1 around the side, but Mazzaro comes out on top with a sliver of HP, keeps Big alive.
Absolutely fantastic 1v1 came through. I don't know why he didn't switch back over to the Groza and reload it, because that gun is an absolute death machine. In the end, Mazzaro comes out on top. We're down to our final 7 teams. 4 Romanian boys as well. John, they have a player healing in the blue.
They do. I didn't even spot that on the northeast near Tap Mock. Game Lord don't lose these games. They just don't.
No.
There is no world in which Game Lord lose this game right now. 5 teams remain, and it's already won.
It's Game Lord doing Game Lord things at this stage of the tournament, and we're only into the 2nd week. There's not really much more to say about it, right? And we always do our best to analyze a team and to kind of, highlight their strengths. And we've done this consistently about Game Lord. And it gets to the point where you just go, yeah, it's Game Lord doing Game Lord things.
Kimmy about to run out of meds. Only 2 first aids left. Let's hope that there's someone else. Okay, 4 Romanian men go down, so ladder up. A couple more placement points to try and survive. And this is last chance. Kimmy will be falling at the end of this one. There's a little display there before he is going to fall down. 4 teams remain, and that soon will dwindle to 3. I think are happy as well. Looks for some shots, maybe looking for a knock there, but no more meds means that there's only 2 teams who are going to remain. And now, just 1 player up the top. It's Mazzaro from Big, who's been trucking away on that top of that hill. Game Lord, I mean, they just waited this one out, and they don't need to. 11 first aids, and could find a knock, but nothing more than that.
Ooh.
Actually finds one. That's going to stall his healing, though, and he will not be able to find any more than that. I don't think he can get that heal off. No, it's not going to happen. Big go down, and Game Lord seal the deal here in Sanhok.
just executed, controlled. They didn't get the highest amount of elimination points simply because they were kind of playing on the northern side and because of the
But when you have
shifts
half
teams
the
were.
lobby healing out in the blue, I mean, it's hard, isn't it?
Yeah, true for sure. But it was like every fight they took, they just took it with preciseness, John, and it's a consistent standout that we're seeing from Game Lord. And when you have the roster of 6 players, every single one of them matching them, each other with skill, diversity, fluidity, yeah, it's clinical stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, the shift did go right to their north side. It's where they landed. It's where they held out. 8 eliminations. If you remember, I think it was 5 teams in the heel off at the end there, which normally you get a lot of the bulk of your eliminations for a chicken dinner. That tends to happen towards the end of the game, right? You're looking at getting at least sort of 5 to 10 in those final moments.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously barring things like XTEAM and the like, right? But it's a denial of those points that came from the fact that 5 of those teams, or 4 teams, were trying to heal out in the blue zone, and FTY were trying to do it a lot earlier on than that.
True. Looking at the round report, at least Octavian with the most eliminations, with the beautiful beard that he has and the highest damage dealt. So at least he stood out for Eastern Stars. It was a better game from Eastern Stars. It was always going to be a challenge for them entering from that Northwest Island over to the mainland, but they did it pretty well. It was just unfortunately Big that came up and made them pay in just the right time to get Big second place.
Absolutely. I mean, and that laddered them up. As we saw from, it would have been going out in 6th place to going out in 2nd place, which is a very, very big point jump for Big. So Mazzara absolutely earning his keep for that one on the Big roster. But Game Lord, top of the tables, top of the squads, top of Sanhok. We'll see how they continue to fare in this week's Sanhok Erangel Madness. We're going to be going back to the break and back to the desk. There we go. I'll try better next time.
As you guys just saw there, the 4th anniversary event is happening for PUBG Mobile with the AR treasure hunt that is currently going on. Just need to visit PUBGM, 4thdimension.com. It's the number 4, then TH. There's 100,000 euros in prizes, not to mention some amazing limited edition iPhone 13s that I think we are still waiting to get our hands on one of those. But guys, I don't think it's going to happen, but it doesn't need to happen because you know what? We're here just to enjoy some PUBG Mobile anyways. We had a interesting Sanhok is what I'll call it. A lot of healing in the blue, but to be fair, like for teams like Romanian Boys who didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend, it's a viable strategy considering they need to qualify here in week 2.
Yeah, we were talking about it during that game. We said, well, it is a strat that teams could try and just use the healing strat and could qualify through the healing strat alone almost and have like almost 0 elimination. So I mean, some teams are going for it. What was it for Romanian Boys are committing to it? I think we saw even some of the teams like SYR, Clear Vision, like a lot of teams are going to it because it's like an easy ticket to the second Super Weekend, so why not?
All right, let's see our match rankings though. Game Lord taking the chicken dinner, another one to add to the tally, though I'm losing track of how many they've won overall, to be perfectly honest. 23 points, 8 eliminations. Looking down the list though, we see Big come in second. Mazzaro, I think you pointed out, Max, there was like a 1v2 he had. I'm not sure against what team, maybe it was Unicorns of Love, but ends up peeling off to get that second place finish at 19 points.
Yeah, actually took himself a 1v2 versus, I think it was the 2 Romanian players from Eastern Stars actually, and he was able to, from that position, actually pick up a few extra meds because I'm pretty sure Eastern Stars like to pick up a few meds from Hatin, and he just healed off and secured a second place off of that. So great play from Mazzaro in particular, able to get some extra placement points, but I think we pretty much also expect Big to qualify. So this game in particular is going to help them get closer to that goal even faster, and now they're going to be basically chilling for the rest of these games almost.
We're looking down the list here. You see Vamos. Hey, your team, Kalaris, you called the Dark Horse, the team you expect to beat Avenger level threat at the end of this event. They get themselves 7 points, but you can, I mean, again, you see down the list here, like 4 Romanian Men, 1 elimination, 6 placement points, 4 Romanian Boys, 4 eliminations. At least they got some decent elims here and 8 placement points. But the thing is, like, you're going to be playing out 4 Sandhawks over the course of 2 days. And we're kind of expecting to see most teams just do generally what we saw there, just trying to heal up as much as possible and stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, and the way in which the water divides some of these islands, like there is some kind of circle dependency on where you're going to go and how you're going to be able to play the game out, right? For example, you know, where we have the finish occur is where we have Game Lord having their massive split across, and they can just kind of have their pick of the litter in terms of the compounds, and we can highlight that a little bit later on. But for Big, of course, actually fighting their way through, being able to find themselves the eliminations alongside those points as well, that's pretty impressive, because getting over that water north side where that bridge is as well, it's no small feat sometimes when teams are holding you out.
All right, let's see the second page then here. Let's see how many points the other teams did get. We're going to have Real Tigers 90K getting 3 points. Team Doom, again, one of the teams who did not qualify in the Super Weekend, getting a whopping 0, which is very unfortunate for them. They need to definitely step up now, realizing they've lost out on a match, and they have, I believe, 7 left to go. But FTY, I mean, 0 points as well. I'm not sure there's anything else to really look at here in particular, Max, unless there's something that stands out.
I have something that stands out. PENTA, they drop in boot camp, central position of the map, and they saw that phase 1 circle. There was pretty heavily centered action on Northwestern Island, so the fact it went back to the Eastern mainland was a little bit of a curveball they were not really able to deal with, but I do have to give it to PENTA. They were pretty quick when it came to their rotation, but unfortunately they were brought back to reality by a wall, and that wall is called Game Lord, and they just got into that fight. They tried to take the well, I think it was a 4v2, but Game Lord had like the perfect position, dead center in the circle, southwest of tap mark. There's no way you're going to fight versus Game Lord, so sure, they couldn't quite win the fight, but I think PENTA did show some good approaches when it comes to their rotations and trying to be a little bit fast on their feet.
I feel like they're a bit too keen to cross the water though, from boot camp to that Northwest Island, right? And because they crossed that when it was circle 1 still, then they make the cross, and kind of from there it could still go to the mainland, and boot camp's not too bad a spot to later cross or use that mainland as a leverage to kind of move up into the circles as it goes on. So I have to be a little bit critical of when they crossed over to the other island. I
like the hand motion, by the way, there.
You know,
that was nice.
Yeah,
can we see? Wait,
nice.
am I this way? There we go. It was cool. It was cool. I liked it. Let's actually see the damage and eliminations of the last match. We assume there's always going to be Sanhok numbers, but I'm really curious to see if it's going to be even more Sanhok numbers actually for some of these teams as we look down the list. And obviously some of these teams didn't really even place that high. We saw PENTA. I mean, they only got 3 limbs, no placements, able to get 800 damage done. And then Game Lord, I mean, honestly, that match almost seemed all too easy for them. The zone centered up on them almost every single time. They were able to pick off people left and right. They are looking like such a strong team. I mean, Obviously, can't really say they're a really strong team because everything went their way, but in general throughout this event, like I think you even said, Max, they treat every match they play, even if it's league play, even if they're first place by 100 points and will for sure get in a super weekend, they treat it like a do or die match.
I mean, Akashi is probably one of the most serious players, I would say, in the entirety of the Western Europe region, right? And him being the IGL, I have the impression he really impacts and guides the team in that more serious note. So it's been working great for them so far, and every single game they're using it as a learning opportunity. Also, they might try something a little bit different, and I mean, that's what the league plays for. If you're already first place in the super weekend, you can afford to try things out in the league play. And I think that even when they're trying things out, they're still one of the best teams in the lobby very clearly. So this league play and next week's league play also should be a breeze when it comes to Game Lords, so I'm not really too scared for them.
Okay, well, Matt, maybe we should take a look at our overall standings, actually. I know we've only had 2 matches of done, but I think we really want to hammer home the fact that Game Lord have been really just destroying everyone, it feels like, here. And we can see 41 points, second place 28.
Well, you know, I mean, they qualified through 2 games, basically, like 40 points, which is about that limit every single time. 2 games, that's all they need. The 6 other games, they're just going to chill. I don't know. That's the point. There you go. You got it.
Okay, well, looking down further on, I mean, I think one thing we wanted to pay attention to is, like, throughout the next days, right? Not just from these first 2 matches, is just seeing the placement points to elimination points discrepancies from some teams, especially when it comes to Hunov and the blue here. We're not going to have it happen just yet. I mean, the fact that TJB is in 6th place with 1 game, Giants in 3rd place with one match played is pretty ridiculous, to be perfectly honest. But again, we're still seeing, like, the consistent teams who did make it into the first super weekend remaining at the top.
Yeah, and I'm imagining, you know, TJB, I think, is going to stay here steadily throughout the Sanhok games that they're playing. Of course, every team is going to get themselves 4 Sanhoks here throughout the 2 days. And, you know, when you're using the healing strat, a team like TJB, they're very well versed at being able to make that right. But for teams like Swat 69, happy to see them, you know, like in the 7th place at the moment. 14 points is not a huge amount just yet. And things could definitely go awry in the next 6 games that they're playing, but it's enough to have them up near the top.
I mean, the issue I have with SWAT 69 is that they do sometimes get control of really good positions, and I do have to give them props to that, is that sometimes they find themselves in the best position where they could actually do great things, but the moment they get contested, the moment the team gets a little bit too close, I have the impression they lose their composure almost, and I think communication that's happening inside their fights is maybe what's pulling back SWAT 69, so if they can try and work on that in particular, I think they could maybe increase their eliminations average per game, but as of right now, it seems like that's definitely what's hurting them on the long run.
Well, I think, if anything, I am impressed with SWAT 69 just for the fact that they are able to take their uptick they had in the last day of Super Weekend and kind of maintain it here in our first day of the 2nd week of League play. Now, it is just obviously a couple of matches, and we still need to see more out of them, but that's a good sign, right? They're continuing to improve. Looking down the rest of the list, though, 9th through 16th, we're seeing Shockwave again in quote-unquote last place. I mean, technically they're not. They technically wouldn't make it into Super Weekend here, but they're remaining at the position they would be at in the Super Weekend. But a good little step up out of Vamos. I mean, again, two matches played, 7 points is not going to keep you in 12th place whatsoever as we continue to see the matches come forward.
Shockwave is one of the teams that I am concerned about coming into this league play. It's not, of course, yes, their first league play, 87 points. They're in 4th place. Brilliant. But after what we saw from the Super Weekend, that's something that does concern me, and I think maybe a few of us, Max, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely confirmed with what Shockwave has shown us, because they showed they could have some good fights in that first league play, but it heavily fell off in that first Super Weekend. But I'm especially scared for RESQ, because they're surrounded by teams that played 1 game and they got 2 already under their belt and only got 3 points. They're already in the danger zone. So RESQ, I feel like it all went downhill the moment I hyped them up on day 1. So I'm sorry, I do apologize, but RESQ, we need to see some punch right now, because it's been a little bit too silent in my eyes.
Speaking of punch, 5 threats to Team Doom. They need to see a massive step up here again. 2 teams, if they don't qualify the Super Weekend, from what we've seen in last week and so far this week, I don't think they could possibly catch up to the 16th place team if they did make it into the final Super Weekend. Let's head back to our schedule. We have Erangel coming up next. We have still 3 matches left to go today. Then we'll be following things up with Sanhok another time, and then finishing things out with Erangel once again. Now, boys, again, I don't really like doing predictions with you guys, but eventually I will do them. Just every once in a while, we'll be having a little bit of time here. So as we are going into this match with Group C sitting out, I want to hear a prediction of who's going to win this match.
Ooh. You know what? I don't like predicting of the top team, so I'm going to go with an FTY.
I can go first if you want.
No, I want to go with an FTY. Chicken dinner.
Okay.
There you go.
And Jason, you wanted to go? Go on.
Big. They're winning.
Okay. It's going to be a south circle, and they're going to have a hard time rotating down, I see. You know what? Let's go with... I know, I'm keeping
your adventure threat level King Pablos?
No, let's do super young roster. You know, I feel it for him.
All right, well, let's head over to our commentators, maybe hear what they have to think, or maybe they can make fun of me or us for our picks. Gentlemen, take it away.
That's my secret, Jason. I always make fun of you. It's just part of my being. I'm pretty sure at this point.
Yeah, that's fair play. I'd say that's reasonable for you, John, to make fun of Jason. However, he's come up with some good points before. Super young roster, not a bad take. I'll give you that, Kalaris. Honestly, if we're predicting a Southern Circle as well with Primorsk as our drop spot, yeah, it could be good. I think super young roster's on the cards for Chicken Dinner sometime soon, especially with the League Play Week 1 performance. But we'll see. We'll see. Currently, so far, some teams have bumped up their performance in terms of the heal strat over on Sanhok, which has given them some sizable points to work with for basically free.
That's fair enough. That was pretty good. To be fair, I think if any team was going to benefit like that, I'm kind of glad it's Game Lord, right? Because it means that those points, most likely, they're going to be getting a lot of points here anyway, so it doesn't create a massive imbalance around those qualification spots, right? Like it's sort of like the good point sponge rather than the bad point sponge towards the middle bottom of the tables.
Yeah, exactly. A team that we know is meant to make it into the Super Weekend anyway. Them grabbing those points now is great news for them. But yeah, it does open up some possibilities for other teams to get in. And we were talking about this backstage, but obviously for Romanian Boys taking that strat, you know, hats off to them. I mean, if you've missed out on one Super Weekend and you can effectively cheese your way into the Super Weekend through the heal strat on Sanhok, go for it. You know, you can take up a free Super Weekend, do it. I mean, that's completely acceptable to me. It is in the game.
Absolutely. That's right. For now, teams dropping out. Sorry, it's just
your brain
had
just
a mind
like,
go completely shut. I just completely shut down. Oh, hang on a minute. It's the northwest side. That's a Shockwave win.
That's a Shockwave win. Yeah, I'm glad we're on the same page there. That's a Shockwave chicken dinner right there if I ever saw one. We'll see how that just happens. Super Young roster will have a long way to go, but obviously can rotate on that west coast from very Primor split, so that's absolutely fine for them. Penta, usual drop spot down towards Sosnovka military base. This is not a circle that would favor them, in my opinion. You know, the Penta push going to come around about phase 4, phase 5. Most likely they will get decimated, but that remains to be seen. I would like to see something different happen, but that is just such a regular occurrence now. Swat 69, as well as 5 threats, still vying out for control of another Repnoia. So we'll see which team comes out top there. 5 threats just haven't really been having the big performances so far. So honestly, let's see if they can do something from this position and not get wiped out too early on in the game.
Just thinking about the word decimated, right? Maybe we should rename it to pentamated.
Pentamated. You're about to get pentamated, mate. Come phase 4, phase 5, that's it. It's over for you.
It's pentamation time.
Exactly. You know, I mean, I think we'd have to wait till the end of the tournament because I don't want to, you know, name a team off of performances over one Super Weekend and one league play.
Fair.
That would be that'd be a bit cruel. However, if they do keep it up, you know, I think it's okay. I think we can dub that. So we'll wait and see.
At what point? What's the day at which we can say that?
Pre-finals, honestly.
Pre-finals. Okay.
Yeah.
So at the end of the 3rd week, if they don't qualify, then we can start saying it in the finals.
Yeah, I'll give you that. There you go. I don't know where I've got this power to tell you when you can say such a thing, but
Blank, you have so much power, you don't even know.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate that.
You're a powerful king. How about that?
Powerful king. Bloody hell, I'll take it. I'll need to lord over these circles from now on. Try and make them a little bit more kind. You know, give some estate to some of these teams that I may be like, nah, that's biased. I could never do that. I want all these teams to suffer equally.
Oh, okay. So you're not a feudal fan. Okay, I get it. Fair enough.
No,
the Vamos squad, fairly central, pretty close to TJB, to the southwest of them, but not really getting challenged in apartments and school. Just big chilling.
Like that little burnout there to get him flip round onto the bike. Was stylish. So far, Vamos's plays haven't been as stylish, unfortunately. So we'll see what they can do. I think last game they got a little bit hampered by Unicorns Love. However, did come out on top of the end. Again, I think they're coming into contact with Unicorns Love fairly frequently at this point now, John. I think that happened on Erangel game 1-2. Let's have a look at the circles so far. Well, I can't really see it, unfortunately. My map feed is zoomed right in on Pachinki. So
we can triangulate. We've got the circle. The circle is northwest, right? We don't know where a lot of those teams are around them, but we can guess, I suppose. We can guess a little bit. The Primorsk will not be in the circle. I'll tell you that much. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry. Things are going on our map feeds right now that is very exciting. But yeah, there we go. It's a little bit further zoomed out, but we don't have the West Coast yet.
It's not fixed. Well, it's fixed now. Now I can see everything. That's better. This is what I use to bring you guys at home. The valuable knowledge that you so desire is through my complete and utter, domination over the map feed right now. I am the sole owner. But yeah, I can see exactly what's going on. But right now, I can see exactly what's going on. 5 threats. Here down another Apnoia. Still holding on. Swat 69 actually opted to leave early on, and fair play to him, considering the circle is so far up towards the northwest. Getting a groove on nice and early, usually a pretty good decision to make. Tongjia Bao continuing to... Oh, no, never mind. I was completely right. I was about to say, oh, yeah, they're together again, because you've got 2 players underneath Everest. Then I look slightly off to the east, and there's GK first and Langzi to the northeast side of Pachinki. So I think they're about 2,000 or 2 kilometers out for one on each other at the moment, which is pretty crazy in my opinion. Luckily, Lin and Leng X are currently heading over towards that position, so they'll regroup shortly. I hope, fingers crossed.
Hopefully. I mean, are they going to try... You have to wonder where they're going to try and opt to go for, because I feel like the foothill compounds of Everest right now are very, very strong, but they have left away from there to go towards the south side of Rostock, to the north end of Pachinki. So potentially, well, certainly is a choice that they have made, and it will allow teams on that western coast, if there are any, coming up that side, which we're expecting Super Young Roster and Penta to be, they're going to have that opportunity to sneak into those spots.
I mean, it's so odd, to be honest with you, that rotate, in my opinion. There's no rescue in this game. If you're an observant man like myself, you'd know that completely the entirety of Hospital and South Hospital is free, because there is no rescue. Plus, Shockwave's not going to be coming down from Zaki anytime soon over towards South George, so that's also completely free. So why are so many teams playing on the eastern side, and why, like you said, John, are Tongjibao moving out east? Either it's to pick up more vehicles, I'm not sure. That would be the smart thing to do. I think they've currently got 4 on board now, and they're moving just underneath Vamos, who is towards the west side of Rozhok at the moment, in ruins, where they were caught up by Unicorns of Love on that first game. But there is so much area, landmass, that is not being picked up by any teams at the moment.
It is odd. It is odd. You remember the plane path straight down the middle of the map as well. So it's not like the West Coast was inaccessible in these scenarios. Gatka split. I think that's normally TJB, right? They regrouped there and pushed away from it. And now teams are starting to move back west. Now we're seeing TJB move back to where they were. But FTY, in the meantime, have managed to get a little bit ahead of them.
Yeah, they're already in, so that weird push out towards the eastern side has maybe caused more problems than they would have liked. FTY heading up towards box compounds, sending some shots backwards. Meanwhile, this is happening, my favorite thing going on the map, John, is Super Young Roster currently playing in Primorsk with a split towards the east side of Quarry, and Tam scouting up the west coast, being very, very cautious about this all. What they don't know is there are no teams for 3 kilometers around them. There is nothing there, and they're really playing it out quite slow. Tongjibao do find Shinyo. Top fragger coming through from FTY now down, so it looks like Tongjibao will claim Kingdom on top of Everest, so that's not too bad for them. They can hold Olympus to themselves.
Dominion, there's wrested control from Pretenders to the Sky Throne. Unfortunately, a lot of other teams are going to be trying to slay the gods there. And on the northern shift on the river, I mean, you've got the whole of the Georgia Pole estuary there. The river splits this circle in two. It's the north-south choice dilemma.
It is, and I think a lot of teams do tend to like try and play crates or South George on the coastal side where the fences are, gives you a fair amount of cover on the bank side. Usually that tends to be one of those like last minute decisions though. I think a lot of teams would like to get position within South George itself, maybe on the edges to provide better control over the rotates. For Romanian Boys heading over the north coast at the moment, with Giants heading just to the east side of Box Compound. So at the moment, things are going well for most teams getting into position. Again, there is still a massive amount of that portion on the southwest side that it's just not been taken up by anyone. Super Young Ross is going to find themselves in a very free position shortly.
I think the wheels of one of Giants' vehicles is getting plinked away at by Vamos from up the top of the hill. We saw the K9 scope in on it. And I think they are just going to try and slow things down. Vamos has held Ruins fairly effectively. No one's really tried to push their location, and no one really wants to challenge for it as well. It is a pretty tricky spot to play from, given this circle rotating away to that north side will be hell should it shift up there. But on the south side, if it goes towards Vamos, they have a really good spot now.
Yeah, they've got off angles supporting over the top of Watertown, so really this is a nice spot. You're dead right, John. I think that off angles wise, they're covered. This is a position you don't really get to cement yourself into unless you've had a lot of time to set it up, which they quite typically have had here, with most teams heading off to the eastern side, then forgetting that the circle actually is in fact on the west and doubling back quite quickly. For Romanian Boys, you can see them here just on shooting range, heading down towards the south now. Big already in box compound. I'd hope that For Romanian Boys would understand that Big has rotated down here. It's one of the typical rotate spots, or at least checkpoints along the journey. And Game Lord, ever often in the distance, Sharknado slowly creeping towards the center of the circle.
I wonder if they know that Eastern Stars chose to drop Milter instead of North George. Because that means that they should be able to read this rotation that Eastern Stars are making, which is all the way out on the east. Eastern Stars spread out in a conga line to the east of Yasnaya Poliana right now, just coming around the top side of the lake with their forefront. If they move in relatively quietly, they could catch Game Lord unawares if they haven't done their research. But it is Game Lord, so they probably have.
I mean, this has happened before, John, in the Super Weekend, and I think what you have here is a very, very disciplined team. You can see right there that you've got 3 players within the zone, 1 player out. Typically started over in, I think it was the CIS region, where you had 2 players in, 2 players out. 2 players at the back scouting behind you, with the 2 players in front scouting in front, especially if you're playing that edge style. And I think before, it has been quite frequently that Game Lord has picked up any stragglers coming from behind, and even if they feel like they're very late into the circle, they are still on the swivel, still making sure that they keep their backside clear, because that is where a lot of the problems can be caused when you're playing this edge play. Do you get a circle that's dead in the middle there?
No.
Big's going to be very happy about it, but this does limit the amount of positions you can play, because you can see that center island, just the west side of Rozhok, not fun to play in. The crates, realistically, that last option you want to take. So a lot of teams don't have many options here, and with Everest taking up a large amount of mass here in the circle too, I'm expecting carnage in the next 5 minutes.
Look at the teams that have moved into that vacuum on the southwest as well. There is going to be so much conflict on the south shore. Penta in the foothills of Everest. As Team Doom take first blood, and it's Beg for Mercy to get naded out there. Team Doom holding off against XTEAM for the time being, Blank.
Penta right now is hugely exposed. I'll put it that way. They're not moving up here, and Super Young roster, they tend to look this way. They're going to have a good time of it. But they have done what I expected them to do, which is to move down towards South Crate. Swat 69 careening on path as they spotted them. But I do think this gives opportunity for Super Young roster to jump out of the vehicles, potentially take some shots on the cars still rotating in. Nemo's right at the back at the moment. He could be cause for a casualty here for Swat 69.
Things are slowing down around Ruins. There was a knock coming through from 5 threats as they've pushed into one of these ruined buildings. Look at that. Damien quick on the trigger, but not quite quick enough. Nightmare as well, falling down. Team Doom are holding out in Sunken City very, very effectively against XTEAM's pushes and really slowing things down. Vamos holding out in these ruins that they've been in for so long, very cemented. There's Penta actually pushing up. They get the knock onto GK first there as the opener. Lang-X, sorry, on behind the rock, but not really doing too much. Dwas in the forefront here. Langzi's position, I think they know where it is behind that buggy. Look at her cook that nade. Sends it up just a little bit short. I think it won't go past the buggy there. Not going to be able to hit that one. And Manu falls with a nice little peek out there from TJB to be able to solidify the slowdown on this push.
Yeah, kind of confused how TJB even allowed this to happen, considering they were running up the hillside itself. They should have surely had the shots on. Maybe they were perhaps a little bit wary of their angles that were being held behind them that they had to take care of. But right now, there's no one playing around them, so they can fully focus on this fight without worry of any other teams taking shots at them, considering they are so elevated in the air at the moment. They do get GK first back up on his feet. Nice nade. Will take Lin low. The smokes are being used to delay this push while GK first gets back to a reasonable health pool.
Manu as well, swinging out just a little bit for Penta. They want to have a couple of different angles at their disposal. The nade's really crucial here. That's a great opening for Penta as they strike out towards TJB. The smoke's covering the push here. No nades being responded with by TJB. They're not pushing any more in. I think they're going to give up their forwards player. I wouldn't be too surprised with this circle shift if they disengage, but a beautiful pick found up there onto Muzi by GK first. Holes maybe wanting to push through this smoke, looking a little bit aggy, but no, falls back and thinks better of it.
Yeah, I mean, they're making it very, very difficult with these smokes from TJB. And at this point in time, Penta's used the majority of their utility in terms of grenades and smokes themselves. I mean, you saw how many they're throwing over the top. So this could make life very hard for Penta going forward. Luckily, Langzi will go down. That does set Penta at a 4v3 now. Lin right on the edge side. Slowly but surely, this is happening. Now, the smokes must be getting limited for Tong Jiabao too. So they need a knock and a flush. They need to even out the numbers here, John.
Right next to this circle, so they've got a little bit of time, but Penta disengage a little bit, or maybe even actually push around the side, as it looks like they're remounting for this push over the top of the hills. A little bit disparate in the positioning for TJB right now, as GK first needs to find some value from the nade. Does take them very, very low. Doesn't get any knocks, however. And that means they can mount up, but there's the off angle as Lin operates beautifully from the sidelines. Here's the Molotov. They're burning it in, and this is utility advantage. Blank. Penta spent it earlier, and TJB are throwing it all at the wall now. And my God, is it sticking.
Yeah, this is what was always going to change the fight for them. Now just one player remaining. Lin's down, but he's done his job as that off-angle player. GK first knows he needs to go support him because you can imagine Penta's just looking for flushes where they can, points where they can get them. Luckily, Lin's got around the side, holds his over the top side, tries to go for the reload, but it's too little, too late, and Tong Jiabao will clean out that fight. And that is just utility discipline from Tong Jiabao coming into play, John. Penta, they've just blown it all early.
A display of force that didn't punch through the defense for Tong Jiabao, and they held strong. They lose a player, and they're slow to the next zone, but they do survive to fight another battle. The bridge, now a hotspot.
So I'm talking about the bank side. Very useful to play around the bridges. Octavian, once again, it's Eastern Stars versus Big, similarly to what happened on Sanhok. Eastern Stars hoping to get a little bit of revenge for that double kill that came through onto them. Octavian, nade in hand though, but Swave immediately pushes it, and Eastern Stars are going down one by one.
Mihi, oh, no, there's no way. It's going to fall down. Doran picks that one up. Are they going to try and res out there in the water as well? Kapahala, they're going to try and pick a teammate up. Doran, still swimming. Eastern Stars submerged.
There is difficulty now. Shahi is completely open here. Beast, unfortunately, does not hit the shots that he wanted to. Next team will live to fight another day. I think Mozero spots this. Doran will be healing up on the coastal side. Somehow Eastern Stars still with 3 players. and have got themselves into a fairly good position. Finally, Jahi will go down from XTEAM to a nice shot coming through from Beast. This guy is one of the top fraggers from Big at the moment. Taking a quick look at the map feed now, you can see FTY have found themselves a veritable home towards the center of this circle. Swat 69 also towards the crates, and Super Young roster opting not to hold that position, and luckily it works out for them. The real question, I didn't quite catch it, but how many players does Super Young roster currently have? Because they're all on top of one another, and I can't quite tell.
Not entirely sure. The fire is good, though, as Big trying to slow things down, continue to fight with Eastern Stars. Everybody going to have to cross to the south side of this bridge. Eastern Stars with a better foothold for this crossing, but at the moment, it's Athis looking to get that res off onto the Warlord Kapahala.
3 players from Game Lord, Shockwave and Real Tigers 9, all over in this position on the northwest side of this actual map at the moment. Currently sat around this area, but Game Lord's still holding it out. They know they don't need to get too involved here, but Robs will be taken down by Keme from along the way, actually, holding a nice little ridge side R4 Romanian Boys, keeping this fight in check, which is actually a very smart thing to do. They can eliminate these players. It makes their crossing so much easier in the future.
Nightmare fully pieced out from this fight for Shockwave. He left this compound. A beautiful opportunity taken to see Shockwave further into this. A nade. Oh, that's a beautiful nade! Onto Trazen. Gives him the old 1-2 punch and knocks him round the corner. 2 players down from Real Tigers 9. Game Lord now with 1 player standing. Needs to push in, but it is Victor, and this guy can work wonders. Unfortunately here, he is going to be cut down short, and Game Lord eliminated.
I'm almost certain, 99%, that that was a failed grenade. That was not intentional whatsoever. I'm pretty sure he's trying to nade out Victor. Tiger jumps down, and that's Real Tigers 9 out. Tiger with the swift moves, the double kick to the face, and that'll take them down from the top side. Tries to get the first aid off, but it's not quite enough. Super Young roster battling out versus SWAT 69, who opted to take the craze. Bad idea, Super Young roster tells them.
Oh dear, there's the nade. That seals the deal. SWAT 69 eliminated. Super Young roster, you want to know how many of them are alive? 3, blank. 3 eliminations right now. Only team with 4, Vamos. Holding from their ruins position, which they have now left. They've pushed up towards Everest. TJB have been dismounted. Giants have wrested control, but 2 players standing. They're up against 4 from Vamos.
Lin, you know, this guy's a liver. He's a true liver on the team. That's just 1 player now for TJB, but he can try and pump up some points here on Erangel, maybe go for some heals potentially. Vamos, I think they're kind of cut off in this position. You know, once the circle moves, they'll have to move out onto this grassy plain, in which case they'll become easy pickings for teams like Giants, even with the limited amount of members they currently have. How do they mount this hillside? Any kind of nades that Pocus might have remaining in the back pocket will become absolutely essential. But Super Young roster, look at this. They've got absolutely insane sightlines down towards Vamos. Luckily, the circle moves to them, John.
Difficult terrain to work around, and they don't really have the biggest swathe of it. I think Giants are probably in one of the hardest spots here, and with Pocus taking a nade, it's really not going to get any easier. Nano low. We'll have to try and get some healing done. Not in this next zone either. For Romanian Boys eliminated on the north side.
Just trying to heal out as long as possible. They've done enough, though. 6th place, absolutely fine for them. They just want to keep pumping up those numbers, secure at least a positioning into Super Weekend. Vamos getting a little bit over-aggressive here, potentially exposing their hand. I mean, they're right on the side of here, and Super Young roster can see this position. You can see them quickly running back into position. They don't have to leave, though, and that's probably the most beneficial thing for them. Giants with the smokes will be able to bring Pocus back up again with the safety net that they know Vamos doesn't want to stray too far from their already secluded position. So very, very smart move for Nana Baby to drop the smokes there and go for a relatively dangerous res, knowing that it's kind of secured by the fact that Vamos don't want to leave.
FTY struggling to push in. 1 player knocked. Vamos need to roll down this hill just a little bit. Super Young roster making their approach as the forwards positioning from Vamos is working out now. Very, very solid.
Lin takes down 1 player from Super Young roster, and that is the Straggler too. I don't know if they know where exactly he is. Nice shots from Pocus, but Return fire. We'll send him back into cover. Doesn't want to go too far into that one. That feels dangerous.
A little bit more powerful back towards the Giants. There's 4 barrels pointed your way. That crate in the middle going to give it a lot of covers. Finally, Lin is eliminated. 3 players for FTY, all up now in the circle, right on the edge as Vamos start to leverage control here. Look at the plateau they have. Giants really the only team that can shoot down on them, and if they can get rid of Nano, that threat is gone.
Yeah, Pocus gets hit by another couple of shots. I mean, it's 2v4. The question I have is, why isn't FTY just sitting in that position inside the smokes doing absolutely nothing? They could take some easy shots up towards Vamos. Sure, you know, Vamos could shoot back, but currently they're engaged with another fight on this side. Super Young Roster down to just 2 players after Lin gets a quick, cheeky peek onto their player in the backside. So Super Young Roster significantly harmed by this, just trying to find some place of respite. This vehicle burnt out too, not being too good for them. And maybe does find 1 knock, but it's just enough to, you know, at least stem the tide.
If Vamos can deal with Nano, they have a brilliant plateau to play from. They don't even need to do it. It's Alendo who finds it. Now Vamos can push down towards that plateau and have control with excellent sightlines over the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, Vamos has been saved by the circle more times than 1 now. So, you know, they would have to move down this hillside, which would have made their life incredibly difficult. Luckily, the circle moves towards them, and they don't have to leave this perch just yet. And with the circles getting smaller and smaller, the variance for the amount of areas you need to move into is getting lower and lower. So Vamos can quite comfortably just sit on this hillside now. FTY needs to hit some good shots. Right now, Florin's just out in the open, and FTY is reluctant to even peek them.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Vamos are going to start to run out of ammunition. They haven't fought through a lot of fights. They only have 2 eliminations so far. And now they're taking on 4 other players, 2 and 2.
I like this from Super Young Roster, John.
Are going to get pushed in. Super Young Roster moving up to the positions or a little bit closer to where Giants were holding.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, you know, Vamos think that they've cleared the players. But now, at least Hamodi, he has this crate to play around with, and also is moving further up on their side so they can get a quick broadside out when this circle does eventually move them from their spot. Vamos seems so focused with FTY that they forgot that there's another team within this map.
Oh, they spot out Nox, and that is going to be good night.
Lendo
sends him dark, and Addis falls to the play zone. Now it's 2 players left against Vamos. They start to rack it up, but already Hamodi strikes out. Damien takes a little bit of a tumble. Hamodi moves forwards, continues to have that impact, and they are starting to move up and into dangerous spots here for Vamos. The shots are good as Hamodi looks for more, but only damage found. No knocks yet, and that is not what you want to see in a 2 versus 4. Up close to the tree, and again, just squeaks away with it. Vamos looking to get that res off as well. Keep Damien healthy. That burn is good around the side of the tree, and it should move them out. In the meantime, it's Alendo to send out wide. Kosti is low. No first aids as well.
Got no meds.
Is the drain on the resources coming through from Vamos from having not fought through.
And this is just a complete tunnel vision onto that fight with FTY. Kalaris is probably chuckling to himself on the desk right now with this Super Young Roster prediction. Hamodi, though, honestly, the savior of this game, with Alendo playing backstop, the fact he was able to get up to this position, start to make things work, is so, so good. Alendo, unfortunately, goes down, and now it's Hamodi versus the world. 4 players in front of him, and just a tree to play around with. So, so difficult going forward, but there's no utility or anything. Kosti down, and unfortunately, it is Vamos who wins this one out, with a dirty curse coming through from me on the casting desk.
Well, unfortunate, sure, for Super Young Roster, but very, very fortunate for Vamos. They managed to leverage the control and the position that they had within those circles. They moved up to those Everest foothills, and all things considered, played a very passive game here. 5 eliminations total on the chicken dinner. They held ruins for the longest time. Then they moved to Everest and held there till the end of the game. It worked out for them. It absolutely did. And to be fair, they didn't need to do anything more than that.
Honestly, I think you're right. They didn't have to do too much more. To secure a chicken dinner from there, perfect, fantastic, good for you guys. But 1,400 damage taken, only 1,500 damage done compared to that with only 5 eliminations. So many conversions lost here for this team. They allowed many players to get back up again. I think Giants played around them very well. But I do think that in the end, it's super young roster playing a very strategic game, realizing where there are areas that they can move into. I just love that push from Hamodi. Unfortunately, this is what happens when you're only playing as 2. Alendo has been consistently one of my favorite off-angle specialists within the tournament so far. When you play as 2, you know, you don't really have that reliable partner that you can drop back onto, because if Alendo goes down, that's it. No one's getting him back up again. And you have to play this 1-1 split in those situations when you go 2v4. Regardless, you know, Vamos able to get that knock onto Alendo does secure the victory for them. But I do wonder what could have happened if another knock had come through earlier for Alendo. That most likely would have been a super young roster win.
Absolutely, and to be fair, we saw how close Hamodi was to getting a couple of knocks, like several times. Slivers of HP. It felt more risky than it should have done for Vamos, but in the end, they were able to stand tall and put a couple of points up on the board. Very, very solid for the team that really needed to stand up here in the league play.
Welcome back, everyone. Kalaris, you know, I said before going into that match, are you going to support the team that you think is going to be Avenger level threat? And they ended up winning the whole thing. Vamos take themselves a chicken dinner here for their first time. I much need a win, to be honest, because that gets them one step closer now to getting into our very first super weekend. But to be fair, in the end of it, my team did go out first in my prediction of big, so I feel kind of stupid.
Well, actually, you know, if you really think about it, I predicted both teams, not only number 1, but also number 2. From the entirety of, you know, the proceedings here. So, you know, Kyle Aris, he looked down upon the battlefieldeth and he saith, it be good here for a super young roster as well as Vamos. You know what? I'm a changed man, Jason. Vamos, they had some circle luck this game. It's fine.
Okay. Well, yeah, they did. They still fought Giants, but either we'll get into that in just a few seconds of time here. Max, I have to ask you a question. Have you finished your Monster Energy drink, which is fun enough, our official energy drink partner?
So it's all gone. It's all gone. It's too good. 2 games, 3 games actually, and it's disappeared. So I'm feeling good right now. I'm feeling energized. Oh yeah.
I feel like you actually finished that after like the first match or second match.
After I think like 2 matches, it was done.
Yeah. Well, they are tasty, they are delicious, and we're ready to go with continuous analysis of all the matches that have gone on today. Let's hop into our rankings, though, of this last match here, and again, get an idea of all the points and the breakdown between the teams, and see how much farther my team finished than all of you guys. Though, actually, I think they had a couple of limbs, so maybe I was a little bit higher than one of your picks. We'll see. Nope, I'm not even on the front page.
You get nothing right there, Jason, apparently. But hey, FTY did make it in the top 3. I think that's the highest one of my predicting teams actually got since like forever. So I'll take that as a big W. Cool on me. FTY did get one of the strong compounds, and because of the teams right, James had to cross over the river, cross over the road. They just picked up the pieces. I'm surprised they actually got only 2 eliminations. I believe they got quite a bit of damage done that game, but the conversion from damage to elimination seems relatively low. missed out opportunity for FTY, but still good to see that this team is still able to get those strong positions and to capitalize on those spots to make into the top 3.
I mean, that's kind of what you're going to see in this kind of game anyway, right? If you think about the river divide, the north-south conundrum, where are we going to go? Then a lot of teams kind of all fighting on the edge, trying to, you know, eventually cross said river, and kind of the open area that is between Everest and that compound sloping all the way down. Very even game, the most even game, in fact, that we've seen, I think, all tournament long so far here, Jason, when it comes to eliminations. So no huge heavy hitters from this game coming in, I think.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I feel like, to be perfectly honest, when it comes to teams that aren't like Game Lore, maybe super young roster, maybe Giants are big, we kind of don't really see these big heavy hitter elimination games. I mean, obviously there's a couple other teams in there, but when teams I want to say, like, who obviously didn't qualify in the first Super Weekend get a victory, or we see some teams get up towards the higher echelons of the rankings in a match, they typically don't have the limbs to back it up, which kind of worries me, right? If you're going to be a team that wants to, well, I mean, make top 16, okay, you don't need to be able to pick up a lot of eliminations, but if you want to be able to make it into the, or out of the finals, into the European Regional Championship, and there it obviously gets even more difficult, and if you want to proceed from there into PMGC one day, you got to be able to pick up the elims. You got to be able to capitalize off the situations that are given to you to pick up those big rounds.
Especially for teams that missed out on the first Super Weekend, right? If you want, like Vamos Esports, to make yourself back a spot into the top 16 of the Super Weekend, you're going to need to be able to capitalize on those eliminations. Sure, right now, the current threshold to make it into top 16 would be 50 points held by Shockwave, but you don't need an insane amount of eliminations for that to really, before you can really make it up to 50 points. But I still think that, like, Vamos Esports teams that have shown, unfortunately, not a lot of consistency, being able to capitalize on those big wins is very important. So sure, 15 points from the chicken dinner, that's great, but 5 eliminations, they were sure a little bit of circle lock. This is a game that I think could almost write off because of how weird it ended in that position. But as a whole, I would have to agree. Eliminations on a game like this would make it a lot easier for them to remain on top.
Let me propose a question then, right? Ooh. If you're in their situation and you didn't make the first Super Weekend and you're gifted, not gifted, but you're in a position like this in this last match, I feel like maybe it's actually wise to play extra safe because you know, okay, we can get top 3, like that's at least 10 points, right?
Yeah,
maybe we get first place, that's 15 points. We just need to make sure to qualify to the Super Weekend, and maybe that kind of overshadows or overtakes the mindset of, instead of going for the limb, just play it safe because we want to be able to make it to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, especially in this kind of circle towards the end, right? You have the natural advantage of having a decent high ground against teams that are probably going to end up fighting one another down towards kind of, I was about to say the south, but down towards the north side of this. It was a slope down. I was thinking south. I don't know. But yeah, yeah, you've got that natural advantage. Don't give it up. You know, just chill for a bit. I think you're right on the money with that, Jace.
Okay, well, we see here 5 threats, 15th place, getting 1 point. Team Doom, though, getting 4. So we're starting to see a little bit of a step up here towards the teams who did not qualify in the very first Super Weekend. But as we do talk about Vamos and them obviously closing things out in this first match, I want to look at their stats, right? I don't feel like we've actually dove into the players on the team, talked about who's staying out for the team and who's like the heavy hitters. And hopefully when we do see them, we're going to have quite a few of them because, again, we don't feel like PUBG Mobile at this day and age is about that one, even maybe 2 standout star players. You need a full roster of teams if you want to compete at the highest level. So let's throw the stats up there and start to break down the list here between all these players. Obviously, can't really expect too much damage when it comes to this last match, but I still am curious, do they have anything decent in terms of averages? Which again, I think they played, what, 8 in the first, 2 now, so 10 matches total.
Yeah, I was looking at the stats right now. It's pretty obvious what I was seeing right now, that Florin is somewhat carrying a little bit this last game in terms of eliminations, and that survival time especially being very widespread. Like, it's really weird up and down in terms of the average survival time. Got 90 minutes of Florian, got 90 minutes for Laurence, and then the rest of the team does have a significant drop-off, for example, for Damien, Prada, Kostia, and also Bestia. So it seems like even if they do make it further into the game, they can't make it as a 4-man crew, which we know as a fact, right, James, that really hurts your chances at the chicken dinner. This time, luckily enough, it did work out because it was circle luck, but I think that them keeping the team as a whole, as a 4-man until late game, would definitely increase the odds of making it far in the tour.
Yeah, and you said it yesterday, no, the day before, in fact, I think it was. If you've got an average of 1 KD, basically, that's decent, right? So only Florin's really able to hit that number right now. The other guys need to have that little step up here to be able to push Vamos, I think. Not necessarily into a Super Weekend, but which is probably doable here at this point, but I guess the overall final coming up later.
Yeah, and I think, and I'm sorry if you guys mentioned this, but I'm a little bit worried to see 6 players here on this list. We talk about, you know, Panda back then or Unicorns of Love, like fielding extra players. I almost want to say like you need to find that set 4 and give them that time to meld together and learn in the matches that are happening.
Do you mean if they're in a position like Vamos Esports to have that set 4 and then kind of have that push, or you don't mean?
So
in
I
general,
mean, like
right?
the fact that Vamos are running 6 players, I would rather see them like run 4, maybe 5, just to kind of get used to the lobbies, right, and to grow. But maybe constantly switching out pieces here and there makes it hard for the team to meld well together and for everyone to adapt. I mean, bringing in a new player who hasn't played maybe in the first week, whether it's circumstantial because of someone not being able to play or they wanted to try him out, it's like really hard to prove your worth when you're just jumping into lobby for the first time or you're just constantly switching around different pieces in this puzzle.
That's the thing, right? Maybe you're like, we can only assume or we don't know entirely why they're making those switches, right? So yeah, that's difficult for me to answer, I think.
I would say there's a lot
we can.
Sorry, I just want to jump in because I have the impression there's a lot of teams before this tournament just created themselves and creating a new stack team coming into this. So I think that maybe they're still trying things out and seeing which is the main roster. I believe they came into this without really that in mind. So they're still trying which team works the best and which player in which role works the best. And I think that once they find that, they'll stick to it. But right now, there's still that question mark, like, how are we going to make things work out before going into the Super Weekend?
Yeah, it's just so dangerous in my eyes when you basically need to perform now. If you don't qualify this Super Weekend, you probably won't make it into the finals whatsoever. But now it's time to get to a fun part of the breakdown here to compare your 2 picks up against each other in a nice little head-to-head. Remember, we had Max Spence supporting FTY with Claris supporting Super Young Roster. And Claris, you're just a god above men.
Tail of the tape, isn't it, really? Thank you. I appreciate that. It's very clear that what is foretold in the stars is readable by me, not necessarily by Max, as Super Young Roster, you know, originally having some all right circle advantages. But you know what? FTY also had those same similar ones, Max, yet they weren't able to prevail against the God Squad, Super Young Roster.
Well, you know what? We got less damage received and also less healing. So yeah, actually, no. I'm trying to find some. I'm trying to get back at you, but I just can't, okay, Joe? I can't do it. Super Young Roster, okay, they played good. There you guys said it. You happy? There you go.
They did all right.
Well, go ahead, Claris, real quick.
Yeah, there was actually one moment at the very end of that game that was making me lose my mind a little bit, which was, like, okay, so we were saying it whilst the game was going on. There's no way SYR or FTY wins that match without them all of a sudden realizing that they're not each other's threat. The big threat really is the threat of Vamos up the hill, right? So Hamodi actually moves all the way up. The angle, the cheeky angle he had bears repeating because it was the perfect angle to try and put a stop in the Vamos problem up towards the top. However, just couldn't quite get the cheeky shots on the people next to the car to be able to really round things out. If you get 1 or 2 knocks there, the entire kind of landscape of that changes, but just off.
I mean, especially for FTY, the issue is that when I think it was Alendo that took that little high ground position behind that ridge, the moment he takes that position, they have an extra angle on top of FTY. Despite me wanting FTY to potentially get a little bit further in that game, it was almost impossible to make that rotation happen, which is why they committed to the smoke play. They were just trying to survive and hope for the 2 other teams to fight it out and then secure second place. They knew they were not going to go for chicken dinner, but unfortunately the circle was just not meant to go their way at the end, it seems.
Don't worry, Max. Take solace in the fact that both your teams did better than my team, so you guys can bash on me if you wanted to. But I want to actually look at something now, right? Who's been the big fraggers so far in the event, right? I have the stats in front of me. I was able to pull them up and look at it, and it's quite surprising, to be perfectly honest. Icy, for Unicorns of Love, I think for me, is a really interesting notion. Even Ali coming in from Super Young Roster, just off the basis of how Super Young Roster didn't perform too on the Super Weekend. And I want to say similarly, help me out, boys.
Yeah.
Near enough. All right, you guys don't embarrass yourself either. Able to be this high up, actually.
The fact that Ali is there with that survival time is insane, by the way. Like, he hasn't been afforded as many opportunities as the other guys, considering how long the games have been going for Super Young Roster. So that's kind of crazy.
And I'm looking at the extra damage actually from Icy. That weighs that an extra 2,000 most damage above Victor and Ali. Like, that is insane. Sure, not able to convert as much, but it shows how involved in the team he actually is. So, man, Icy's on top this event. Is
sick
great
race. Really cool race.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 matches left to go today, and if you've been paying attention all day long, which I know you out there have been, you know that Sanhok will be coming up next. There should be Groups B sitting out as well, and then to follow things up, we do have Erangel as our final match of the day with Group A sitting out. So each team will play out 4 matches each day, and we will have each team playing out 4 Erangels, 4 Sanhoks as well. But it is time to head into our 4th match of the day. Take it away, gentlemen.
Hi there guys, welcome back. We've got Sanhok coming up right for you now. Unfortunately, don't get too many predictions from the desk. Sadly, I think that I would have liked for the guys, you know, bless another team. But similarly, in a fashion, we're back on Sanhok once again. You know, just casted this one earlier for you guys, John and Imperium, but we are now back again. And do you expect to see some more heal strats here, Imperium? Because I absolutely do.
Apologies, I didn't realize I was actually muted. Hopefully for a couple of other teams in their own result, they pick up on that, right? 5 threats are going to be playing this game. They need a bucket load of points, so a heal strat should be a priority for them. Phase 1 pops up though, blank, and it is definitely a lot easier for these teams to deal with because it's very heavily on that mainland.
Yeah, back to the northeast is a Game Lord win confirmed already. They've got so much free reign over the northern side. I keep saying, I liken it to PMGC, the Infinity. Until they started to get challenged on that north side, it was practically GG no re for this team frequently. For Romanian Boys over towards the east, fairly free reign for them too for quite a while. Unfortunately, they won't be able to start sticking that heal strat until slightly later in the game because currently they're forced to play in the circle as it's come their way. PENTA and 5 Threats, 2 teams that I would say are in threat of not making it into the Super Weekend, currently duking it out towards boot camp. Snowick's moving away, trying to find some loot wherever he can. But, you know, I do believe that PENTA's got this part of boot camp kind of locked down. I don't think 5 Threats going to get too involved. You can quite easily play 2 teams in this area, Imperium.
It's really intriguing to see that 2 teams who really need to get into this Super Weekend are dropping in the most central compound that has one of the biggest risks of action early on, and it's a little bit weird. For 5 Threats as well, they didn't even commit the whole squad to boot camp. Talon is on the other side of the black hole outside of boot camp, so if they were to get pushed by PENTA, it would have been even harder for them to win that engagement. As it happens, like you mentioned, 2 teams can generally hang around the boot camp area, and 5 Threats have opted to stick to the warehouses on the northern side. SWAT 69 have a trifecta split for the time being. They should be aware of Eastern Stars, but Eastern Stars, they didn't drop so heavily towards Camp Alpha. Shockwave have taken Big's position on the northwest side of the Northwest Island. But now Eastern Stars, because of that phase 1, should be looking to prioritize grabbing information and moving across the bridge onto the mainland.
Yeah, it could happen quite early. I mean, they do have to worry about Game Mod, who have a massive fixture up towards that northwest side of the circle at the moment. They can hold that out from the paddy fields pretty easily, to be honest with you. Looking at the scoring, though, again, let's touch on PENTA and 5 Threats really quickly, because I do think this bears repeating. And I'm going to give a tip to all those guys. Goodness me, okay, never mind. 4 Romanian Men, super young roster, completely interrupting me here with a double knock coming through. SWAT 69, though, do hit Dewey, will quickly pick up that knock, taking the flush away from Super Young roster, who are not happy about that. Alendo goes down, and Hamodi, after Alendo's kind of heroic approach to the last game, I think he's going to try and pick him up. You know, he did a lot for them, so he deserves a res here.
How disrespectful of the 2 teams to disrupt Blanks' sentences and you know, just take away from what you're about to say. It's terrible. How dare they? How very much dare they? Obviously, I joke. These 2 teams are used to fighting in around this area. They hot dropped on runes early on. We have seen a bit of a change in previous Sanhok games where they avoided each other, but now, obviously, because of phase 1, they're taking similar timings on the path lines on this Southwest Island, and they're coming into contact with each other. Right now, Super Young roster, they have a good spread. They're coming off the back of a chicken dinner, so they're feeling confident.
Yeah, nice play from Tam there, assisted by Hamodi. Unfortunately, Ali's going to go in for the punching victory and get the flush there, but in the meantime, get taken down by the Molotov. So if that's a fiery finish if I've ever saw one in my life. I mean, taking it to the flames just to get the punching through. I mean, those some fire fists. Let's put it that way. Anyway,
You could
free
say
advice.
that was through
Go
the
on,
fire
then.
and the flames.
That was through the fire and the flames right there, and equally brutal on the fingers. Anyway, looking at this game, Penta, 5 threats. Free advice about to be given. If you are in the bottom, I mean, 5 threats, 1 point total over the league play right now.
Yeah.
Penta, 4 points total. Just do the heal strat on Sanhok.
Yeah.
It is quite literally 3 points. And you're not looking for a finish at 100 points by the end of league play. You're looking for 40 points total. 4 games on Sanhok, 8 total points so you could probably feasibly accrue per game, right? Even if you don't try and pick up some others on Erangel, you're in. So I don't know why they're battling for boot camp, like a central position on the map. You don't need to start there.
Well, I have a bit of a theory on that, a bit of an extra theory now because you mentioned the heal strat. One of the other great benefits of boot camp is it does have a lot of loot. And maybe they were thinking, if we drop in boot camp, we can loot that up, grab enough heals to go for the heal strat.
Yeah, maybe. There's also a huge amount of buildings around Sanhok in general down towards Cave and Docks, which is completely free at the moment outside of the blue, in which case you don't really have to meet anyone on your way in. I mean, boot camp's a pretty typical rotational spot. Like, people are going to make their way through here, maybe hampering your chances if you lose a couple of players here and there, and then suddenly the rest of you have been hunted down.
That's true.
Putting yourself in a position for a chicken dinner. Like, that's realistically the way I see playing boot camp, is that you are looking for a central position on the map. But you are right, there's lots of loot here. The question is like, once you start to move out to try and get some more loot, there's most likely going to be teams around this area, as there's a lot of elevated ground for scouting, where most teams are going to be playing it.
Unicorns Love surrounding Doom. Now, this fight happened in the previous Sanhok game and it was initiated by Doom. But this time around, it seems to be Unicorns Love that are maybe looking for the first knock, the first sign of pushing in around to Doom players. The one thing they have to consider, and I know, okay, I've spoken too soon, Alicia, with
consider
the nade.
that grenade, right?
Consider that, yep.
Yeah. That's absolutely what you do have to consider, is a rogue grenade flying through the window. Now Doom down to 3 players, so it's a 3v3 currently. And Alicio has all the information as Doom continue to play whack-a-mole with themselves, just popping up and down again. Icy does have to drop back. Alicio will drop some shots towards them, try and warn them off that position. Luckily, Ko is still up and running, but I imagine that Doom's not in any position to try and pick them up. Daddy is on the approach, though, and could cause some problems for the Doom players who might not be aware of this spot.
But he shouldn't be pushing up on his own. A pre-molly comes through from Unreal to try and slow down Daddy. Rezon went down. I don't know exactly how he went down earlier on, I might add, but either way, as a 3-person team, they're really looking to continue to take control. They whittled down Doom to just a 3-person team, scaling them back on the other side of the hill, getting closer to the likes of Boot Camp. Penta could be getting involved with a third party. And that's kind of what I wanted to allude to before Alicio shut me up, is that the timing of the engagement and how quick you are to finish it up is something that Unicorns Love need to be aware of. This is kind of pretty central inside phase 1, Blank, and if you're not too careful, they could get third parties.
Absolutely. I think it's a very, very classic position we see time and time and again with those rocks on top of the hillside. In the meantime, Eastern Stars are currently just giving it to Shockwave, decided not to head across that eastern bridge, but instead take out this these enemy insurgents over here. So that's fair play to them. I'll take that. I mean, Eastern Stars still at 4 players as well, and if they can remove the backstab potential and kind of lead Game Lord off the scent, because as you can see, they're currently holding that eastern bridge, so Eastern Stars don't want to cross too quickly. But this is all good. Now they get the free loot from the loot crates they're going to drop from these players as well, so they're getting double the loot essentially, and they'll be absolutely free to run into the next circle, because Game Lord will most likely now have to leave.
I don't get why Shockwave didn't go for a botation, right? They could have looted up a little bit on towards that Camp Alpha, grabbed a boat and swung around to end up on that northeastern coastal line outside of Mongnai, for example. That would have been a cleanly executed rotation when they're currently where they are in a total of 8 points, 13th in the standings, only 2 games played, I might add you, but still only 4 points per game. Even a heal strat would have been worthwhile, but at least if you want to initially play into first circle or two, that botation would have been way better than what they looked to try and do facing up on the coastline against Eastern Stars. I know they might not have predicted Eastern Stars defending that in the blue, but you got to expect that that can't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think Eastern Stars took the fight to them, right? IC does go down to Damien, luckily able to get back behind the rock. But in the meantime, Danny's pushing up once again. And Florence, obviously Lawrence over here, on top of the rocks, does have vision. So Danny will have to be a little bit careful. I mean, slightly overzealous on the push here with IC down on the floor. And it's just a 3-man team so far. IC goes extremely low, and because of that grenade, Alicio unable to tap the hand on the shoulder and bring him back up into the fray. Daddy now really has to play his cards right.
Lawrence, Florin, it's like Laser and Blazer and the movie Dodgeball. It's easy to get those two names mixed up. They're a bit confusing. Say quickly 3 times. As Alicio gonna go for the 1v1, gonna drop shot on through. He's gonna connect it, but Lawrence, that was a really dirty one-on-one engagement, but won out by Lawrence.
Yeah, I will completely agree when you say dirty. That fight was very, very messy. That was just not good at all. So didn't enjoy that one. However, you know, Vamos will come out on top, and now Daddy down to the solo player remaining for Unicorns of Love. Very central position, but surrounded on all sides, and most likely will get flushed out here. Like, how does he leave? It's almost impossible at this point in time.
TJB, by the way, still in the blue as phase 2 did go a little bit down southeast. So, of course, the mainland, the dominant part of the circle. Just a little bit of water in play. Daddy gets found out in the grass. Down, Unicorns of Love go inside this game number 3. Super Young roster as well. Still inside the blue of the Southwest Island. Getting closer to the bridge outside Painan.
Yeah, I think Costi realizes he's not a T-Rex, but on the other hand, Unicorns of Love, Daddy does not. And, you know, standing or sitting completely still does not eliminate the ability to spot you, unfortunately. So Unicorns of Love out in 16th place. You're all right, Super Young Ross are still out on the southwest side of the blue, just trying to loot up as much as possible down towards Tambang as well as Painan. So they're going to get a lot of loot going in, perhaps go for a heal strat. They know they're completely away from the zone at the moment, so it's going to be hard for them to get into it and in a central position as well. Game Lord's starting to move away, but still aware of Eastern Star's position. And this is starting to feel very, very cruel, to be honest with you, from Game Lord themselves. I mean, they don't have very far to go to get into this circle, so they can maintain this position, make life difficult for Eastern Stars, and still get a good spot in the circle because no one's up towards Mongnai. This northern side of the circle is completely free.
Crazy.
And they have this easy rotation past Paradise Resort, which is going to eliminate a lot of the sight lines.
I find it wild that in phase 2, the northeast eastern third of the circle was absolutely empty. Teams have got to be now looking at the VOD reviews of today's games and thinking, okay, there's definitely a pattern in place of areas in the map that are very open coming into phase 2, phase 3. For Game Lord, as you alluded to, they're waiting out because it was early on in the game. They would have been able to track that elimination feed, noticed the Eastern Stars got the engagement onto Shockwave, right? Therefore, common sense tells you they're still in the blue on that Northwest Island. And I mentioned it with Shockwave. I'm going to mention it to Eastern Stars. Why not go for a botation? There's still risks involved with it, but it could still work. At least getting into the mainland, if not into the circle.
It's difficult. I don't believe the players actually have access to the kill feed itself. I think most players just turn up as player 1, 2, and 3.
When you get a
yada yada
confirmed elimination, initially in knock, yes, but when it's elimination confirmed, they do see who it is.
Oh yeah, I mean when they're looking at it from their perspective, if they flush them out, I think that they see it, right?
Yes.
And they don't.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, so for the other players around the map, it's a bit more difficult for them to actually know who's going down and where.
Okay.
So you got to be careful with that. Again, same thing with VOD Review. I'm not sure how much access these players have to the map feeds at the moment. So VOD Review does take that idea of what you were talking about earlier with TJB Bao, who they're scouting out a lot of times Super Week and trying to figure out where teams are playing, and perhaps that will help them in the finals. But at the moment, it is hampering some of their results. So really, has to be that case of the experiment paying off later on, which is what I'm very much looking forward to. So we'll see how that does go down. Vamos, Lawrence hits on Real. The rest of Doom just left packing, trying to figure out what's going on. There's action going down too, so this is a massive fight coming through from Vamos onto Doom, and they're left down to just Frosty now. TJB spot him 2, GK first, takes down the final player from Doom, still within the tree side, so Vamos not able to take too many shots back at them with the limited knowledge they have of their position on the other side of the map.
On the hills, either side of the bank, Carlaris' favorite place is Sanhok. Did you know that, Blank? It's his most favorite place. If he plays Sanhok, he always drops in Pant. Obviously, I joke, he hates that area of the map. But TJB using the hillside to their advantage, picking up the final player, Team Doom. They're going to have to be careful now of SWAT 69 behind them. Possibly super young roster. Giants making their way up on the southeastern edge of the circle, roaming through the roadside outside of Lakwai as they played it in on the west. And you can see still nobody on that northern half of the previous phase. And as it shifts, it's completely empty for Game Lord to take control.
This is just too easy for Game Lord at this point in time. Unfortunately, Narvalo does take a quick tumble. Trazen trying to make their way up there. Luckily, Narvalo did get a shot off and find at least one of the players from Eastern Stars, but he's back on his feet, pretty sharpish, and the rest of Game Lord not really around to assist in this situation. I think in this case, though, I will say that Eastern Stars have been out in the blue for much, much longer. Trazen repositions, tries to get up there. Again, we'll have to see how this fight does unfold. Athis will confirm Narvalo finally. So that's Game Lord down to now 3 players. TJB have moved across over towards Vamos' position. In the meantime, Super Young roster taking shots down towards the southeast side of the map. They will lose 1. The rest of the team trying to get in as much as they can.
Vamos, one of the teams that didn't make it into the first Super Weekend, but as of now, looking the most comfortable after 3 games played in League Week 1. They're going to have to deal with TJB, and it's really not looking good. And that's a bit of a bad call, Florin. You don't go for the revives unless you're absolutely certain it's safe to do so. GK, nade after nade after nade, putting pressure under Vamos. And Damien maybe going to be stabbed in the back, but he makes his way down the hill.
Just about gets out of dodge there. Coyote going down on rescue. Giants also taking damage from 4 Romanian Boys. There's a lot going down at the moment. Alendo managed to take down 1 player from SWAT 69 there. Right now, Super Young roster really caught between a rock and a hard place on the southeast side of the map. Circle does move north once again, so Game Lord still trying to get the rest of their players in here whilst fending off the approach of Eastern Stars. Lawrence in the grasp, but TJB, GK first sees nothing of it, but Langex luckily is there to pick up the pieces for TJB. Now back up to 3 players total. Damien runs back up the hill, thinks he's found a little bit of approach here. Luckily, Langex spots this one out, tries to move around the side.
He's the last player standing for Vamos. They won the previous game. They're still happy and relatively comfortable with the points they have, but the Molly connects. He gets the second knock, and that's going to give him a couple of extra elimination points. TJB, they do still have that 1 player, Lang Z, behind, looking possibly for a heal off as we head into phase number 5. But that's some good play from Damien.
I mean, the fact that he came back there was some out of a heroic little movie. So that was good stuff from Damien to come back into it. It may have got them a few extra points. Trazen dies out off in the blue, so only 2 players left now for Game Lord. Most teams taking quite a beating so far. 4 Romanian Boys, luckily, on this eastern side, they've decided they don't have to go for this heal strat this game. They've had a very good position over towards Camp Bravo, so they can get into this circle fairly easily. Giants take a quick compound nice and early, though, here Imperium, so that might be benefiting them towards the middle of the game. Damien finally goes out for Vamos, and that'll be them out in 11th place. 26 players and only 10 teams here, so fairly big spread of players per team.
Yeah, there's a little bit more space which are going to be able to control, and Clear Vision are going to have to control themselves against Penta. They do open it with a knock onto DUS. Manu in the blue going to be facing the brunt of the blue. There you go. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it.
Absolutely. Jar Jar here just goes for a bandage, obviously very low on meds, and Samo's just holding him out this entire time, although also taking a lot of blue damage himself. Swat 69 finally goes down to Schofield there. Nice nade over the top. Will take down Manu. Hamodi getting quite low though. Finally gets a first aid kit over to Samo. Will be able to potentially use this, though it looked a little bit dicey there. I think he did manage to get it up. Jar Jar moving around the side, does immediately get picked up by Samo. Tries to pick up some of the loot. Unfortunately, there's no first aid kits there for you, mate. You have to make it further in. Look at the circle, moves even further east. Now this is a real opportunity for Romanian Boys to get some big points.
But also, a chicken dinner looking damn good for Giants as they hold the compound inside the Central Park. Game Lord whittled down to 2. 5 starts have 1, possibly going to get the revive on the Anthem to make it a duo. This could be a bit of a good result for 5 threats. Doesn't look like they're going for first aid heal off though, as Stokes has only 4 bandages to his name.
Flashy drops the nade on the roadside. Typical play here to try and get across. I mean, this is an awkward position to play around, especially on the road. Kashi, I wonder how many more meds they've had, especially with Game Lord playing out the blue for such a long time, to be honest with you. Clear Vision with Vindex as well as Happy over there. Kashi still healing up, but in the meantime, Victor takes down SnowX, and that will be now 5 threats out in 16. 12 players remain here. So really a limited amount of players per team, other than 4 Romanian Boys who hold on to all 4.
Yeah, the body advantage should allow 4 Romanian Boys to swing in and grab at least the minimum top 2 in my eyes. Clearing out Clear Vision across the road is going to be important to their name as Eastern Stars go down. I believe Octavian pulled off a heel strap blank.
It's fair play. Eastern Stars don't want to miss out on another super weekend after getting that decent push in. Beautiful shots from Keme. We were highlighting this guy at the start of the day. He's got some clean shots on him, that's for sure. But we were also highlighting that team play coming from 4 Romanian Boys. And it looks like with all 4 players up here, they've really been working on that. They find Akashi, will knock him down, take him out of the game as well. Now just down to Victor. You can never count this guy out though, but as a single player versus a 4-man team and a 3-man team, very little you can really do now as a solo player.
However, he's not being focused by Giants. Giants know exactly where 4 Romanian Boys, and they also are, and they know that they have to move into that compound. So this could be a bit of an opportunity for Victor to prone in, snake in, and maybe steal a 2nd place, possibly a chicken dinner.
Possibly a chicken dinner indeed. I wouldn't put it past him, to be quite honest with you. Pretty sure Lau did spot him though, moving on that edge of the screen. If he didn't, oh god, that's a bit unfortunate. Just take down Fury though already, so Victor just popping up, causing chaos. Salazar will happily take down Fury as well. I think Tudor took some shots from Victor. Unfortunately, will send them back his way. And finally, Victor does go down in 3rd place, but still a good result here for Game Lord, and quite a consistent result as well.
Now Giants, they only have to deal with 4 Romanian Boys. The revive came in. It's a 3v3 blank.
4 Romanian Boys round the backside. Currently, Giants hold the compounds, trying to pick up any feet that they do spot. Keme just about spotted a player on the side. Pocus moves out. Can he win this fight? That's the real question. One goes down. It's traded back and forth. And in the midst of all that, instantly, 4 Romanian Boys able to pick up the victory. Giants going down in 2nd, in which was quite a clinical approach right at the end there, Imperium. Didn't expect it to conclude so quickly, but that's the team play that we've all been wanting for 4 Romanian Boys. Well done, congratulations.
Bini ba 4 Romanian Boys. That's a well executed win, and yeah, you hit the nail on the head. The teamwork, the communication, even though we can't hear what they're saying, I think it's very obvious that correlated in them winning out against Giants. Maybe the buildings gave Giants a little bit false sense of security where they were spread out and not able to support each other, so there's a little bit more isolation that four Romanian boys were able to use to their advantage. 1200 damage, 8 eliminations. They didn't really have a lot to deal with in the majority of the game, right? It was only that kind of 20+ minute mark that they really had to defend their position with the threat of like clear vision right on the other side of the road. Being that area on the northern side so empty, it made it a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, Lawrence here though with the 4 limbs on Vamos. Congratulations to him. To be honest, the super young roster got surprisingly far considering they're coming right down from the southwest side. 4 Romanian men really did not have the same results there, going down to 1 player extremely early and then consequently going out early too as a team. But you're right though, 4 Romanian boys playing as a team at the end there, extremely well done. And yeah, they had the eastern side of the circle, but it's a great decision to make in that situation because, you know, they go from going for the heel strat quite confidently, right? And that seems to be what they're going for. But you do also need to have this idea that if we go into Super League, we need to be getting those chicken dinners. And they were given an opportunity and they couldn't pass it up. And they didn't either. Taking that fight onto Giants in the compound, difficult approach as well. But they're able to set themselves up neatly, even with the refrags coming through, to sort it out.
Outside of the points, the biggest thing they're going to gain from that win is confidence leading into League Week 2. I'm going to have the confidence to take us to a break. Afterwards, the desk will break it down.
Well, I don't want to take credit for this, as Maxman did say it, but now we've had 2 teams back-to-back who did not get the first Super Weekend, able to get themselves a chicken dinner. Don't look too worried, Max. It's okay. It was a positive note. You should be happy about this as you noticed it. We see Vamos and 4 Romanian boys putting on a clinic here, and teams like Shockwave should be a little bit worried now because, again, these are the teams that they're gunning for to replace and to surpass in our Super Weekend.
I mean, Shockwave, RESQ, also looking at PENTA, right? They have not been able to perform today so far, and you got those bottom teams. You got Vamos, you got 4 Romanian boys, actually able to get some good points in. And technically, if one team gets 1 chicken dinner, that's a very clear statement that they should normally make into the Super Weekend. So, man, I'm looking at the other teams that struggled in Super Weekend 1, and they're scared right now. This is going to be a real tough one if they can't make it through.
Yeah, even our statman John was talking about how the numbers are just really low right now for the bubble at the moment. We'll actually check in with those in a little bit of time, but let's actually look at our match rankings, and we can see for Romanian Boys, not only do they get themselves the chicken dinner, but I think the impressive part is the fact they get 8 eliminations on top of this, so showing they can get the frags when they need them, and they can close out a game as well.
Yeah, definitely so. So really nice to see. I mean, this is a team that I think all of us were probably in agreement they could have definitely done better than their previous league play, and here they are right now with the 23 points. It's funny how actually these numbers look so like the previous game's numbers, even though that was Erangel, not Sanhok, but based on where we were on the map on Erangel, that's how it unfolded. So yeah, for Romanian Boys, this is a big success. I think that they're going to be moving through here as time goes on, as long as they just get a few points on the board in the next coming games.
Yeah, I think they were coping a little bit after last league play, so here we go. That's going to be normally good for them. Vamos Esports also 8 eliminations in this game, so for Romanian Boys said get a little bit more points after that win, should be enough. Here, after their win, Vamos Esports get an extra 9 points on top. That should be securing their spot in their first Super Weekend, actually, which is great for them. But there, once again, we've got to bring up the point once more. RESQ not performing, Shockwave not performing, PENTA potentially what I think is their best performing game so far with those 5 points. So this is still looking scary for those 3 teams in particular. They need to have a comeback, or in this final game if they're playing it, or tomorrow, because otherwise they're going to be the first teams in line to drop out of top 16.
Yeah, I mean, you even have Team Doom in there not looking too good. Even Unicorns of Love down towards the bottom of the table. It's getting some rough times, though, I think, for the Unicorns. They're looking all right overall in the Super Weekends. Like, they couldn't be knocked out when it comes to just one Super Weekend alone. But with 4 Romanian Boys taking themselves the victory here, we need to dive into their stats. I believe we looked at them earlier on today and saw who the standout player was Keme, if I'm not mistaken. We need to see if anyone else has been able to rise up to his level. And actually, we have quite a few people surpassing his level.
Fury making himself known here on this one, so very nice to see, I think, considering this is what we were saying before. It was the Fury that was previously playing on Eastern Stars, correct?
I believe that's the case, but it's the same name for sure, so I believe that's him. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so
I can tell you in a few seconds.
It is indeed, because it's Radu. I remember. So yeah, nice to see an opportunity arisen here for joining 4 Romanian Boys and making something happen. Not too bad in a performance from the team.
No, I'm looking at Keme with 0 damage. No worries. I'm looking at Keme, especially with 3 eliminations with 0 damage taken, like really able to be efficient with the team this time around. But that was the big question going into today, right? That was the storyline for them, is that Keme was the outstanding performer. We want to see more from Tidor and Law in particular. These were the 2 names that when I was doing my research on 4 Romanian Boys, I'm like, Tidor and Law have a track record of performing relatively well from time to time for the team. So I'm happy that we're seeing a little bit from Tidor, but I think Law is the next player that I want to see more things from, because if he steps up, I think that they have a clear chance not only to make it to the Super Weekend, but maybe do well in the Super Weekend.
I have a question, which is a tangent, Jason.
Yes, Kalaris.
Oh, thank you, teacher. Are we looking at the overalls during this segment or not? Do you know?
We are.
We are. Okay, well, I'll shush then. Never mind.
Okay.
Talk about it later.
Okay. Well, this is why I don't call on you that often. Just completely ruin the flow of this whole segment.
It's fine.
No, to be fair, I did check. Fury was stars before, but I wanted to look at actually our top damage today. Now, I didn't tell you guys about this beforehand, but there's a certain reason I want to do so. It's just unfortunate we don't have a 4th player in the mix when looking at this graphic. We are seeing Lawrence in 1st place at the moment for Vamos, Elendo as well, over from Super Young roster at 1400. Robs, of course, you're going to expect to see someone from Game Lord be there. But the interesting stat I found was that, actually, no, hold on. Who would you guess is in 4th place?
Damn.
What team would you guess is in 4th place? Let me just put it that way.
I'm sure we've seen part of this today, and I don't know. I'll just go with Ali. I don't know.
So Ali is actually 6.
Damn.
So since Max isn't guessing, I'm just going to put it in here. It's actually coming from PENTA, from Manu. He's at 1,350 damage done. And I wanted to look at that particularly because, as you said before, Max, PENTA hasn't been looking too great. I think they got 5 points in this last match, but we're seeing, like, overall within the day, he's putting down some work to compete with these teams who have gotten chicken dinners already, who have been dominating like Game Lord.
Yeah, what is that? 1,350 damage I'm looking at right now. So very close to Robs, which is not only one of the top performers of the day, but one of the top performers of the entire tournament so far, with Narvalo and also Victor, which is great to see. So good step up from PENTA, which is a team... Yeah.
Then keep in mind also, just to check this, he has 3 matches played. So Rob's has 3 as well, when he's like 41 points of damage ahead of him. Then you have Elendo, who has 4 matches played, who's 48 points of damage ahead of him. this is maybe a sleeper player that we need to keep our eye out on.
Yeah, that would also potentially bring up another issue, which is, we don't want to see any one player perform from PENTA, but I think what PENTA lacked, and I would love to know if you agree, Kalaris, is they lacked aggressiveness. Like, sometimes they would get in that position and they would just buckle up and just hope that no teams eliminate them. I think that actually having one player step up might help their confidence a little bit to try and change their play style, try and be a little bit more confident, and I think that might help them in the long run to get more elimination points as a whole.
Yeah, maybe there were games in the previous week where they kind of looked a little bit lost. Like, you know, it's like either division in terms of like positioning for the team, or just like not necessarily knowing how they were going to approach some circles and things like that. So yeah, maybe that does provide some more confidence, because that's a big chunk of damage.
Okay, well, James, you asked for it. We're going to see our overall standings now, and I don't know what point you were going to make in particular, but I'm assuming you're going to be able to do it here once we do see a game. We're currently in first with 60 points, 28 eliminations, and looking on the list here, you can see Romanian Boys in third with 42, and if I'm not mistaken, 42 should definitely, that was beyond the bubble last week.
Yeah, and well, let's tell you right now, the reason I wanted to look at the overalls is because I'm almost certain it's going to be beyond the bubble this week. The way the points have worked out so far across these 4 games is a bit ridiculous, to the point where I suppose what we're seeing here so far is actually these 8 teams in particular have sponged up quite a lot of the points, and they have left the rest of the teams absolutely foraging for points here, Jason. As we get down towards the bottom, you'll see what I mean.
Okay, well, let's take stock then really quickly. See super young roster in 4th place. TJB again being ever so silent and quiet, but still sneaking along with a really good balance between placements and eliminations. Real Tigers 9 UK, we did get to see a great match out of them earlier today, as they did take a chicken dinner in the first match of the day, but since then a little bit quiet. But the second page, let's see. This will be the bubble in 16th place. Remember, 4 teams will not qualify, and I mean, that I have to get a microscope out to see that number, a magnifying glass. What is that, Claris?
Is this an overall rankings for ants? I see. Unfortunately, it's not gone that well for quite a few other teams, and you know that's fair. Sometimes these things happen, but these kinds of numbers from 4 games is a little bit unheard of. And bear in mind, there's still 4 teams below them.
At least if I can give one positive note, at least all the teams at the bottom all have 3 games played, so they've still got 1 more to remain. But like, so many teams on 1-digit point right now from PENTA, and all the teams below 9 and below, like that hurts. This is really sponged up at the top, as you said.
There's kind of a crazy thing about this, right? Which is obviously this is a bit scary and kind of in a weird position that we're finding ourselves in between 13th through 20th, or even just a little bit higher than 13th. But the silver lining of this cloud is that if you get yourself a victory, if you're a Team Doom, if you're a RESQ, if you're an XTEAM, if you're any of these teams, you are going to be rocketing up and likely to be safe if you get yourself one decent game on the board, considering how a lot of teams have just not had the best of days.
Well, maybe it's a little bit mix of teams not having the best of days, and Game Lord and, well, so far Giants just having a dominating day, right? I mean, Game Lord soaked up over 60 points so far. Like, that's insane stuff to have only, was it 3 matches played? And they're continuing the momentum from the Super Weekend, so they're really proving to be formidable and almost unstoppable.
I mean, at this point, I wonder if you agree, Max, but it does feel like the skill disparity from what we've seen so far is getting a bit wider in Western Europe.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams were just way closer last season. After, what could I put that down to? Is it because some roster changes? And of course, when roster changes happen, typically the skill level diminishes for some time. Or is it just that Game Lord is that good that the lobby hasn't really changed much? It's just they just miles ahead of the rest of the competition. It could be down to multiple things. I think it's more the latter. I think it's just now we have different teams and roster changes that happen, so the lobby skill maybe diminished a bit, but Game Lord being the same roster basically just are still on top.
Yeah, and even the newest edition Trazen's able to compete with the rest of his teammates here and still keep the team on a top chip level. Erangel coming up last, though, with Group A sitting out, so we will not be seeing the likes of, well, obviously 4 teams. No more Game Lord, no more Super Young roster, no more Swat 69, no more Vamos. You can rest easy, Vamos. Your job is done. You should be safe into the Super Weekend, but we get to see the likes of Big, FTY, Real Tigers 9 UK, and XT come back into the mix here. Now, for teams like 5 Threats, for teams like Team Doom, a couple of other teams out there, RESQ, you have the opportunity to play the final match of the day tomorrow with how obviously the groups sit out. But you have to know, like, this, you have so many few chances, or you have so little chances, I should say, left to perform. And to go into your last match to be like, okay, you have to play well here to qualify, that's so much extra pressure that you just shouldn't want to ever have to deal with.
And it's a golden opportunity. This game, you've got 3 of the 5 at the top, out of it. Let's get some points on the board now.
Let's get some points on the board. Let's get over to our commentary so we get into the game right now.
Well, okay, absolutely. Yeah, let's come on over. Let's go to Erangel and maybe get some points towards the bottom of those tables, because right now it looks like what we'd see after maybe 2 games, and we've had almost all of the games played today. It's something you just do not expect to see.
It's not something you expect to see, but it does make sense. When I commented at PMPL Arabia, the cutoff point in League Week 2 that had, like in PMPL US, majority Sanhok games was lower than Week 1. And I think the biggest reason for this, and I know we're going on to Erangel, so it's not so much leaning into this game, but especially tomorrow, is because Sanhok is played more teams going for heal strats. So when more teams do go for heal strats, it's not that they're not getting good points, but they're denying a good chunk of elimination points, right? And when you deny a good chunk of elimination points, even though the top 3, maybe top 4 or 5 teams are still racking up those elimination points, it stops the bottom teams from hoovering up a couple of extra that can help them. So that's why coming into this 5th game, that cutoff point is just so low right now.
Yeah, I mean, sat 7 points. 7 points to be 16th place right now, over almost half the set that we're expecting to play. I mean, normally we see it as the cutoff around the 30s, sort of high 30s, maybe even punching into 40 on a good week. But I don't even see that happening this week, to be honest. It's really, really dramatically low. So hopefully a couple of those teams are going to have that chance. Looks like we get a military circle at the moment, and likely to zone in on there as well. But as the guys on the desk said, a lot of the teams up towards the top 3 of those top 5 teams are not playing here. With Game Lord out of the mix, it's a chance for, first of all, Giants Gaming to catch up at the top, but for the teams at the bottom to start to get some of those points on board.
Oh man, okay, I'm here for this final game of the day. This is gonna be my 2nd military island game to cast, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if we see any improvements. Yeah, okay, there's a good chunk of the mainland in play on this phase 1, so you don't have to prioritize an early rotation into the island, whether it's by bridge or by boat. So I'm looking at the mainland coastline, right, where Vodafone Giants in that previous military island finish used that to rotate down into the military island on phase 2. I'm looking at a potential botation down to the south of military base, because one thing that makes any kind of bridge rotation so much harder in this phase 1, John, is the fact that both bridges are pretty securely inside this phase 1. If it was massively over to the east or to the west, it would make one of those bridge rotations a lot safer. But now it's so risky, far too risky.
Although sometimes you have to take the risk to take the reward. I agree. It's kind of not always going to be a wise decision. TJB, they strike out for this western
3
bridge.
minutes in.
Early, I would say. It's fairly early into this one, and there are players from PENTA on the other side, but they are actually just moving away as we speak about it. So TJB allowed access to the military island very, very early on. FTY lose a player. Zodox goes down to Real Tigers 9 players.
Yeah, it was just a case of both teams looked to go for an early bridge rotation on the eastern side, and it was FTY to unfortunately come out worse for wear. They do react quite quickly, so they're back over towards that coastal line of the mainland, and Real Tigers 9 can swing all their players into military island fairly early on. Of course, no SWAT 69 in this final game of the day as far as I know. Yes, that is the case. So 5 threats are in Novo. Now, in previous kind of military island phase 1 heavies, we've seen SWAT 69 look to go for a bit of a bridge camp. 5 threats haven't, but are Real Tigers 9 aware of the fact that a team is in Novo?
I don't think they kept. Well, they are now. There's already shots go from Yatum
Don't get baited.
to take those shots. Hardman sails behind those buildings, just about getting away with a sliver of HP. But on those hillsides, they're there. Luna can't quite land the shot at a really strongly timed crossing there from Mitchie as he pops a swift Yui and heads back towards the buildings and ducks into some cover. Maybe a little bit of an unfortunate turn of events, but he's over the ridge lines. Honestly, these rotations coming through from Real Tigers 9, I like them. I think that they went out to... I don't even think they were scouting. I don't think they knew there was a team necessarily in there.
Didn't.
But they did end up scouting that information and getting away with all 4 of their players.
And I know Luna did a pretty decent job of suppressing and pushing back Real Tigers 9, but there was also a massive risk where she really didn't know how many players are kind of driving around that area from Real Tigers 9. She could easily have been crossfired. And what's even worse with that, John, is that there was no real response from the rest of the team, right? Nobody else joined her. Nobody else from her team kind of looked to make sure that if she had gotten knocked, the revive would have taken place. And that's a bit of a common thing from Five Threats. Right now, in most of the games, it looks like they're playing as 4 solo players rather than as a team. I know they're generally a newly formed team coming into this PMPL, but it's a glaring thing that is stopping them from improving right now.
For Romanian Men, grouped up already across. And it's now, I'm just trying to take count of the number of teams on the military island. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams. And 9th just about to come in on as well, as Giants moving in across the water. So a lot of teams already made that migration down. So sort of about 6 or 7 teams left on that mainland.
Shockwave on the very high parts of the northwest mainland outside of Zarki. They're going to have a big distance to travel. Big. Look, they won for Severny the last military island game. Will they fare off the same way this time around? Remains to be seen. Eastern Stars are going to be playing in on towards the coastline of that mainland outside of Milta Power. Octavian looking to get a bit of early information as XTEAM were one of the teams to send themselves across. And Real Tigers 9, I know it wasn't that long ago, but surely within the time frame that Five Threats pushed them away, they would have solidified themselves as a full squad somewhere in this military island, whereas Michu seemed to just continue to drive around as X-Team were sending it across the bridge.
They have now regrouped, though, up to the top at the observatory. They'll be chilling out for the time being. A lot of teams, as we've spoken about, making their way in. Giants have managed to land and get through fairly unscathed on their crossing, which is a very, very solid result for them. Salazar spots blood, but he's just behind the ridgeline and you can't take those shots, not just yet. And now he's at a range where it's going to be harder. Unless he takes a tumble or spins out just like that, that's when they pull those triggers and pepper the ground towards blood, but he is just not going to get out of there. The vehicle goes up and in come Giants. A really solid communication to be able to just spring that up as soon as he spins out.
Yeah, but come on, John. We're 7 minutes into the game and it's a military island phase 1. If you're still looting single little buildings inside military island, you're asking to be caught out. You're asking for this. It's really frustrating because to me, I look at that as PUBG Mobile 101, like a bit of an amateur mistake from RESQ. Yeah, okay, there's still 3 players, but there's absolutely no need for Blood to go down. It's not like Blood was scouting in one position and, happened to be a little bit out of place in that regard. It was a glaringly poor mistake as we play into phase 2. Shockwave making our way down the western main road, probably going to head to Primorsk. I'd imagine grab a boat and go to the south side of military island. I'm here for, but a number of teams are on the south side of the military island. TJB, 4 Romanian Boys, and I think that is 5 Threats.
To wait and see how things develop. It's still a little bit of the mainland here on the next shift, Imperium, but it's foretold now that it will be going down to that south side. Good news for a lot of those teams on the eastern side of the military island as well. because it means that they aren't going to be cut off and have to head to the western side and really come into conflict here. Central positions being moved for by TJB, and I think that's Real Tigers 9 sort of in that mix there at the bottom side. PENTA have control of C block, though.
This kind of circle shift as well opens the door for Western Bridge rotation for predominantly Big, who are the only team that are realistically kind of far away from this circle. Even Shockwave are relatively close to from that Primorsk area. For Romanian Boys, going to swing around, doesn't catch sight of 5 threats. They're staying very quiet, holding down a 2-2 split between this compound and the hills above. I would prefer a 3-1 split, either 3 in the building or 3 in the hillside. I think there's too much of a compromise with this 2-2 split. If a team fully crashes it, you only have 2 players protecting it, and that could potentially hurt 5 threats. As it happens, they're safe for now, John.
They've let 1 player pass from Romanian Boys. This might give... Oh, no, they spotted the vehicles. Yeah, they absolutely know that there's going to be some players up there. Do they know there's players in the building, though? Because they let you to pass, and with that, they might try and move up. The 4 Romanian Boys might try and move up and take control of that building, only to find that it is occupied. So the question is, do they have their wits about them in that scenario?
That's a really good question. I would argue they predominantly don't, and it's one of those things that I don't think they should automatically presume, and they're going to have to be able to react fast. I believe they lost a player, so they're down to 3 with Tudor still on his own and Fury and Kime together. 5 threats have opted to go down the hill as a full squad off the back of that elimination point and control, albeit a smaller area of the map, but as a full squad. Now, I appreciate that reaction. Plus, they've got to consider that with Nova still inside this phase 2, it's very much possible for the likes of Eastern Stars, maybe XTEAM, to swing around that area and try and control Nova. So I think 5 threats want to lock that area down on the eastern side of this phase 2.
It's not going to be easy, though. A lot of teams really aren't looted at all. I mean, we saw one of the 4 Romanian Boys without a helmet, a level 1 backpack. The advantage for 5 threats is that they were able to fully loot their drop spot. Okay.
Yes!
Doran and Athis, they're taking a dip. They go down in the drink as 5 threats spot them over the coasts of Novo. Oh, goodness me. I said they were able to loot up, but Luna has no meds. I find that interesting. Given that they were able to loot the whole of Novo, that shouldn't happen.
True. Don't forget, she was the one that was taking shots towards the players of Real Tigers 9. I know it wasn't for that long, but that could have impacted it. Plus, I don't think Nova is as loot heavy as a lot of people think. It can starve a team if they get it on a bad day, but it definitely is a bit of a questionable factor that Luna has very little meds to her name. Phase 3, John, it shifts over to the north west.
Yeah, look at that.
Like, could this technically still be a mainland finish?
I don't think it could finish on the mainland. I don't think it's possible. Sorry, it probably is, but it's highly unlikely that it finishes on the mainland, of course. At this there, we're just waiting this one out. Yatum jumps into the water, and they're going to have the info on exactly where Athis is. Shooting a teammate, drop the pings, just try and get those bullets in. You're going to force Athis to drown either way, so he's going to have to come up for air at some point. Pops a breath behind the pier, and there he is, head above the water, taking more damage.
There you go.
But swims away. There's the knock. Okay, Luna does get the knock there. Maybe able to pick up a couple of meds. Shockwave, by the way, in the meantime, on that northern shift, have had a real tough time of it. They've been making a wide rotation to the south of Military Island, and now they're going to have to fight all the way up to the north of the island.
I definitely feel sorry for them, but I don't think they helped themselves in a lot of ways by taking so long to go for that rotation, considering where they looted. And even though they traveled a long distance, I still think they could have executed that kind of rotation a little bit earlier in the game throughout that rotation. Giants Gaming locking down a coastline position, having a bit of a building to their name, only down to 2 players though, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to pull it off. FTY still in the mainland. They've been in this compound for quite a while, and Big are crashing it.
3 players alive for FTY. Big still on 4. So 3 players holding it out, and they haven't managed to get a knock. They know Shinyo's on the roof. That's a nice long nade, but it's a little bit short of the mark. That one's on the money. Mazzaro pops it in, and Beast takes one in response, but one of them is resable, the other very much not so.
Nox and Addis need to join together, right? They've been able to get the trade. Forget about it, like you said, in terms of not going for any kind of res. Just try and continue to suppress Big. You know, a couple are in the buildings. That's why Addis has took the molly, but the revive comes through and Big are back up as a full squad.
Zaro cooks a nade, sends it into the window. Wrong angle to find the kill or the elimination on towards Addis. And there's still 4 players. They don't have too much time here, Imperium, because they're going to have to make the choices to how to cross after this. Where do they go? Do they go for that eastern bridge? There's a lot of teams still near there. Do they go for the swim? There's players on that coastline. So the longer this fight goes on, the more solidified those positions become.
Realistically, none of these teams win in this situation. Even if you execute a team fight as 2 to 3 players, yeah, you're out of here. Nox used a third-person perspective to get the knock on the Mihi.
He does tuck back behind the wall, and we said it wasn't resable, but it looks like Shinyo might just be able to get back up there. Excellent positioning for Nox to be able to pick up that elimination, or certainly the knock onto Mihi. Swave pops a smoke out the window. I think that's the smoke anyway. Just trying to give some cover, and Nox proving to be such a difficult thing to handle for Big. And an aid into the back, moves Swave forwards, up to the wall line now. Mihi might be in some cover.
Addis has driven the vehicle around to try and support Nox, but it hasn't gone their way. Addis actually looks to swim into the water or drive into the water to swim away. Phase 4, yeah, phase 5, should I say, has shifted where there's a good 40 to 45% of water in play. Of course, still a military island finish.
Mazzaro just trying to suppress this push now as Beast has fallen. It was looking quite good for Big, but now FTY has started to come back. They're pulling away in this fight as he hits a lovely drop shot. Shinyo able to deal with everything coming his way. Swave on a sliver of HP. The last player standing for Big, but Real Tigers 9 get eliminated in the meantime. And now FTY still trying to hold it out in a 1 versus 1. 2 players are there, and the zone will shrink them down to death.
5T, by the way, a little bit earlier on in the game, as all of this action started to unfold, they wasted a bit of time in engaging onto Eastern Stars, and although they get a couple of elimination points, because of that delay, they tried to push in aggressively, and they met the might of XTEAM, and they got eliminated. For Romanian Boys, on the other hand, continue to get close to PENTA.
PENTA, this is the game that they should be doing very well in. It zones in onto the military island. This is a team that drops in this area, and they should have control, but as it stands, they're down to 2 on the hills to the north of the military base, and they'll have to move northward still for Romanian Boys on their tail. 2 players standing for them as well. Oh, Holes playing sneaky.
Holes.
Not going to be able to spot it just yet. Fury in and out. He should hear these footsteps, and there's the spray. The game is given away, and Holes falls short of the mark there as Fury able to do the dirty.
Oh man, I get what Holes was trying to do, but in the end, he just left it a little bit too late, and 4 Romanian Boys will remain as a 2-person team. In the very dead center of the circle, Doom currently lying in 20th place with 5 points. They're in the center of the circle. They need this result. They need this game. It will shoot them up the rankings.
They've got 5 eliminations already, so they're on 10 points. And frankly, with the state of the bottom of the tables, that's going to do wonders for them already.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of getting towards those qualification spots for this Super Weekend. Remember, there's still one more day as well. But finishing in the top 16 today is a little bit of a breather compared to not finishing in those top 16. Those bottom 4 spots, absolutely horrible to find yourself in. And yeah, look at that. They're 10 points right now. Teams ahead of them, 11 points for Romanian Men with 4 alive.
Shockwave still in this game as a 2-1 split. Actually, are they still up as a full squad? Yes, they are. So it's a 3-1 split. My apologies.
Oh,
and once again, they're being kicked in the face at circle. I really feel for them, but as a full squad, they will be able to do something with them with this. They're going to have to thread with caution.
Eastern Stars might actually be able to get up to the breach if they're lucky, if they play their cards right. But Beg for Mercy sends into the water, and he's going to join them on the swim. 4 Romanian boys eliminated in the meantime.
Is this 50-50, John?
Of the water, yeah. It's crazy. But of the landmass that's playable here, it's even less than that, really. Yeah. When you look at how much of that is beachside and how much of the zone can really be held, how many people can sit in that circle right now? How many teams? And I'm looking at it and thinking, on the land, 3, maybe.
I think you'd be very lucky to get 3. I'm thinking 2 at max. We could see it come down as 4 Romanian boys get engaged upon by Unicorns. A lot of Sarah does get a knock with Danny, the last player up, looking for a trade, but he's not quite gonna find it, and Sarah is the one to finish it off.
Beautiful stuff. 4 Romanian men on the eastern side. They get rid of the 2 remaining players from Unicorns of Love, pop themselves up to 7 eliminations now, with all 4 standing. They get some vehicles, and this is one of the teams that I think has one of the best chances of winning this circle.
They do. So do Shockwave on the other side, but what they need to do is they need to wait as late as possible to come into the edge of the circle by that beach line, because they have not really faced any other team around them. They should have good vehicles, they should have good utility that they can play with.
Octavian gets spotted by Samo, who has some cover on that ridge line. There's the knock. That's what you're looking for. Gonna pop a nade in as well. I'm surprised Team Doom haven't sent shots out this way. Is that coming from Beg for Mercy? I think it might be. Not entirely sure there, but Beg for Mercy draws attention to himself, and Team Doom send the ire back his way.
Oh my god. Doom looks so good, but now as they didn't focus on the teams behind them, they have both 4 Romanian men and RESQ encroaching on their space.
4 Romanian men sent out towards this position. They've gone for a long rotation, and it has not paid off here. 1 player still standing now, as 3 of them have been knocked, and RESQ are right around the corner. Team Doom, 2 players alive, and RESQ with 3. Nobody is at full force anymore, but Shockwave managed to stand back up just a little bit before getting knocked yet again. Time and up and down. RESQ fighting.
Not prioritizing the heal, just going for the shots, slows RESQ down.
For the time being, out in the water, it's absolutely turning red right now. Damage being pushed in, Sarah's forwards, but Dulbor goes 1 for 1 on the trade, does get flushed out by Rana as well, as 2 players now stand for 4 Romanian men. They picked apart the enemy teams as RESQ do fall down to them, and Doom, and somehow they're going to manage to get 3 players to survive through this.
The next circle shifts up the northwest, which is great for Shockwave because of Doom's priority of trying to defend their edge of circle position against both RESQ and 4 Romanian men. On a side note, John, Rana's actually playing for North America, so his kind of latency is really not that low. So for him to clutch that up, it shows his talent, it shows his ability and his experience.
You love to see it. You love to see it. 2 players from Team Doom, and they're taking shots. 4 Romanian men want to get ahead of the game, but they're broadside on Team Doom. This is risky play here, but the bullets just don't seem to connect. They're going straight along the beach side, the riverfront, the water's edge, and they will go down 1 and 2, and that was a chaotic push to say the least, but Rana sinks it into the drink.
Desperate times call for desperate measure, but it just makes it ever so much easier for the members of Doom. Shockwave, oh no, Spaghetti, oh, they're gonna lose Terminus getting knocked from the boogie.
Shockwave are looking good right now. They had a nightmare push, a nightmare set of rotations, but everybody seems to have left them alone so far. Unfortunately, that might be soon coming to an end as 1 player does fall, get flushed out now. They're down to 3. Team Doom and Shockwave, the only 2 teams with their feet dry.
2 teams that fought on the edge of the mainland have 1 player left up. That's FTY and Big. Eastern Stars are out of here.
Eliminated out in the water. Team Doom looking to isolate it. Whoever wins this land battle wins this game. I think it's safe to say 3 players alive for Shockwave, and they haven't gone aggressive. Not just yet. It's also about who can pick up these elimination points, because right now, 4 Romanian men have 13 eliminations, and Doom have 9, whereas Shockwave sat only on 2.
that is definitely something to think about. If Shockwave go out now in 6th place, that really wouldn't be a heavily beneficial amount of points considering how long they've survived within this game.
Beg for Mercy has been under the sights of everybody for so long, but somehow still surviving. I reckon he's the next to go down, you know. There it is. Finally, Frosty puts a stop to it.
Now Doom, they can focus a little bit more heavily on Shockwave as another player is being whittled down away from the water. The circle does finally center pretty predominantly on the beach side, and I know it was a couple of circles ago, but you asked how many teams were going to be able to hold on to this beach side. It's come down to 2.
And actually looking at what's happened here, for Romanian Men, they have cover on the coastline, and it is in this next circle. Teams are going to have to push their way if they can keep hold of this cover. I mean, there's a chance they could emerge, but 14 eliminations already. Just FTY now, last standing, not on dry land for FTY.
You're telling me there's a chance for Romanian Men?
Ooh. Excellent up and down shots there, and looks for more as well. Nightmare now last standing for Shockwave, wants to go for the roll around, drops out of the buggy and nails those shots. 2 players down, but Shockwave still alive and kicking for Romanian Men with a chance. Addis could even make his way up to the beach.
They technically have the majority of players left in the lobby for Romanian Men. 2 players stand tall. They get the elimination onto the final FTY player, and we're down to 2. But the thing is, they've been in the water for so long, and you can see just a tiny crevice of a hill that's stopping for Romanian Men on getting information onto Shockwave.
Those smokes as well to keep them safe from the broadside. These reses are coming through for Shockwave, and if they let them get back up to full force, I don't want to say it's done for, but they have the beach side and 1 boat to cover themselves. If Redox can get in a good position, sure, but it's just so hard.
There's a crate right in front of the boat. I'm a little bit surprised that Redox didn't head towards that crate and leave Rana behind the boat. We're about to see where Phase 8 is going to go. Not gonna lie, I'd love to see it go towards 4 Romanian Men. Not because I don't like Shockwave, but just because they've been tested so much on these circle shifts. Why not add 1 final test, the final boss, to try and secure a chicken dinner?
It's slap bang in the middle. Now this tree is becoming very, very important. And Redox actually making his way into the grasses here. Shockwave, they should be able to spot this. They should be able to see it, but they've been spotted out across the way as well. Nightmare cooking a nade, wants to send it in. The knock, not quite there, finally connects it, but Redox goes down for the trouble. It's going to be Resable here unless Rana can stop it.
Confirm it. Job done. 1v3. Get the revive. You execute. Time ticking. 15 seconds for Rana to pull something big out.
Tiger behind the tree here. Runner's got to know something's up, take some damage, and now he knows the tree's a threat. Breaking out wide, Shockwave are moving through this effectively. 3 players alive, and the circle will start to close now. Tiger's the first man on this fight, and Runner takes the nade, finds the shot. The buggy out to the boat as well is going to send straight on in. Runner, half HP, needs to find the shot, needs to win this 1v1 as everybody's pushing in. Gets some damage to the back line as well. Nightmare can't quite land it. Runner struggling for everything he's worth, but not quite going to be able to seal the deal. 4 Romanian Men get further than we thought they would, but it's Shockwave with the long rotate to take the chicken dinner as the final of the day.
Man, the resilience of Shockwave to move must have the furthest distance traveled in this game, and they grab themselves a chicken dinner. When push came to shove, they got aggressive. When push came to shove, they moved their way in. They kind of controlled those end circles. Yes, there was a little bit of... It's hard to say there was a little bit of circle look involved. Not so much in terms of the fact that they had to move in, but because when it did shift over to the west, the likes of Doom again, I mentioned it during the game, were focused on the likes of 4 Romanian Men and the players of RESQ. But job done, and I'm happy to see that from Shockwave. They still have a lot to do, but I can see the potential. I can see the shades of solid gameplay coming out from them.
I mean, to be able to do that with what was most likely very minimal looting in the start as well.
Yeah.
They had to move. They had to move fairly fast. They were basically the last team into this zone as well, playing from that south side. They were in the blue for a very, very long time. But they managed to make it work. 5 eliminations. However, for Romanian Men, I have to give them credit. Like, I expected them to die as soon as they took that drive past Team 2.
Yeah, definitely to an extent, the chicken dinner for Shockwave overshadowed by the performance of 4 Romanian Men. I think they ended on 16 elimination points, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, 12 finishing in second. That's still a massive 28-point game, 5 for them in this last game of the day. Funnily enough, none of the Shockwave players were the furthest distance players. It was actually 2 to 1.
Oh, well, there you go. Sometimes that's just how it happens. Either way, they certainly had the longest journey, even if it wasn't just in distance. But they managed to trek themselves to that top spot, a chicken dinner, to put a whole load of points for themselves up on the tables.
As you saw from that lovely little video, the 4th anniversary event is happening right here, right now for PUBG Mobile. There's the AR treasure hunt, which you guys can head over to PUBGM 4thdimension.com. That is the number 4, followed by THDimension.com. And there's 100,000 euros in prizes, not to mention a limited edition iPhone 13. Max, I know you've been trying. Have you gotten any closer to getting yourself one?
Nothing yet.
No,
And I think Kalaris especially is very sad right now.
I don't think we're allowed to win those, unfortunately, since we're here working on the show. But you guys at home can, so make sure to check that out. But also, I hope you checked out the last match, man. We had so many teams at the very end fighting for every point possible, considering where they were in the standings. And Max, I'll let you have this one. Go ahead.
I thought we were going to get, because this was his game. Look, I think he wants to say something. Tell us what's going on.
No, I'm not letting him.
No, doesn't want to.
No,
I want to see him eventually tear up and cry.
I'll do it. Or I'll do it.
Go ahead, James.
Don't you make me. It was a Team Doom circle and they didn't win. It's sad.
Sorry again.
Yeah.
I'm feeling empowered right now, of course. But I mean, yeah.
I think he's actually trying to get the tears to come out right now. He's doing it. His right eye is getting a little bit watery.
I'm trying.
He's got willpower. But yeah, go ahead, Max.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Shockwave really needed himself a chicken dinner. It's great to see. For Romanian Men, I think before this game, what was it, 7 points they had? So it's great for them to also close off the day with a second place with quite a few eliminations. I think it was actually 14 at the end there. So these two teams needed to secure himself a really good finish to somewhat secure themselves or be more comfortable going into day 2 of the league play. So look at that, 28 points for Romanian Men. Shockwave will get himself 20. Typically, when you have one game like this, you just need good games after that, a few good games here and there, and you should be good to go. But yeah, Team Doom, that's not chicken dinner, Kalaris, I can tell you that much.
Overall, though, a pretty decent win for them, even though they don't get the chicken dinner, right? I mean,
yeah,
18 points, they absolutely needed it. This rockets them up the board alongside for Romanian Men and Shockwave. So there's got to be some nice happiness here from this one. Just to actually give context fully to that, though, every single time we saw Team Doom previously in Western Europe get these kinds of circles, they'd win the game, and they were close once again. It was ridiculous. So I was saying at the very beginning of this game that, you know, if they end up in this place on a beach over in Military Island, they're good here, and they were, but there was just too many teams around them. They were there a little bit too early for that to come to fruition.
But still, they at least got like over half the points in this one match alone than they got in the entirety of last week in league play. So a big step up out of them, as well as for Romanian Men, as you mentioned before. They were the bubble at 7 points. Now that bubble might have shifted just a little bit more. But either way, looking down the rest of the list here, FTY, again, another decent game out of them. They're proving to be a lot more consistent this go around, it seems, Max. And then further on down the list here, Unicorns 11 with 5, PENTA with 6. I wonder if Menu, again, was able to continue the damage and get the eliminations up. And now onto the second page. Couple of teams, couple of big hitters coming out with really not much.
Yeah, at least we've seen just a little bit of influx of points for some teams like your 5 threats, like your RESQ is able to get himself at least a few extra points here and there. So it should shift the bubble pretty heavily at the bottom, I do believe. We've still got 4 more games to be played tomorrow per team, so it will shift pretty drastically going into tomorrow. But yeah, I think we're still looking at the two main teams I'm going to be looking at here is going to be 5 threats and RESQ that just need to step up big time tomorrow. Today, literally almost nothing happened for them, so tomorrow needs to be a standout day. Otherwise, I mean, 5 threats from what we've seen from them so far, if they miss out on a second Super Weekend, I do have to say it's pretty fair to assume they're not going to make it to the top 16 for the finals, because they've just not been able to perform in the league play. And if they do make it into one Super Weekend, I do not see from them so far a potential for them to qualify with one Super Weekend alone, so they just need to see a comeback tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll obviously get into overalls in just a little bit of time, but I completely agree. And again, like every match that goes by where they don't perform, they don't get the points they need, just puts more and more pressure on the following match. And eventually you're going to run out of those matches, and you might run out of chances to get into the finals, actually, if you can't qualify for yet again another Super Weekend. So let's take a look then at our overalls, get an idea where currently the thresholds are. We did have Game Lord in first place at 60, and they're going to maintain that place at 60, as Giants, well, it's not able to get, I think they got 1 point, so 50 for them to round out the day. But again, these teams on the front page should generally be safe, 100%.
And it bears repeating once again, Game Lord's consistency is absolutely immaculate right now. They're
terrifying.
Yeah, the fact that they can constantly be where they're at and show these kinds of games back to back to back, everybody has in this lobby has to have some method, some way of being able to slow down this team, as well as perform well off the back of it, because otherwise they're taking it all.
Yeah, I mean, Imperium at one point said Game Lord are looking PMGC ready. I don't know if I would go to say PMGC ready because they still lack that global experience right now for the PUBG Mobile esports scene. But I do have the impression from how they're playing so far, they're not just looking at dominating this region, which they're already doing technically so far. I have the impression they're almost preparing for the next step, which is the championship after this event. It seems like they're preparing for the next big thing, which is great to see from Game Lord always trying to look ahead.
All right, well, speaking of looking ahead, we're going to look ahead into the second page now and see who would be playing in our top 16. Unicorns level will just barely be there at 15 points. So the bubble has over doubled from 7 to 15. You see a couple of teams able to move their way up the leaderboards. I mean, you can see Shockwave at 28. They're looking like they could be safe. Same for Team Doom. But Eastern Stars, I think it was maybe John that brought it up in a prior game we were watching together, that they're also not looking too confident or too great today. Well, yes, Jason, I also agree. Eastern Stars in 14th place. They qualified by 1 point last time. Maybe it'll happen yet again. All right, cool. Thank you, Jason, for your analysis there. Taking a look at the third page, though, at the 4 teams who would not qualify here. PENTA, XTEAM, 5 Threats, and RESQ.
Yeah.
XTEAM, PENTA, and RESQ all played last Super Weekend. And right now, they're on the verge of being knocked out.
You know what? XTEAM, if they do not make it in this Super Weekend, I'll just have a little bit of a break, which is unfortunate. They'll miss out on potentially getting themselves some extra $1,000 per chicken dinner going into the Super Weekend. But currently in Super Weekend standings, they're in 4th, so they are looking pretty good. Though, unfortunately, we cannot really say that about PENTA. Once again, this is a team that is pretty low. They're in 14th position, was only 56 points right now, so very easily can be overtaken by just one single team. I think Imperium mentioned in PMPL Arabia, one team qualified off of one single Super Weekend and got about 150 points. So, I mean, there's a very clear chance that PENTA that could be taken over instantaneously as Super Weekend. So we need to see a resurgence from this team.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of happy to see that at least some teams did take the time off they had from last Super Weekend and really try to reinforce what they did wrong or what they did right and hopefully fix what they did wrong. Before we do end out the show, though, I want to remind you guys that Monster Energy is our official energy drink partner. Max already had one today. He's going to have another one every single day of the show here, but he's going to get better at chugging it finally instead of sipping on that bad boy.
What? I'm not. I don't think I can improve in that regard. But I'll be sipping.
Can you explain why you're not able to chug anything?
I don't want to say. I just like sipping and savoring good things. Okay, just like slow. Okay.
I like it. Yes. That was a good answer. I like that. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in today here for our first day of our second week of League Play. We have 1 day left to go in League Play before we do take a day off. But make sure you guys tune in yet again tomorrow to find out which 16 teams will be playing in our second Super Weekend.